Right, just getting set up, my dudes. Right. Okay, hopefully this should work. Just gonna send a notification round. Do. 1 second. Cool. Alright, everything should be okay now. You should be able to see me. This is such a weird process, let me tell you. 3 dislikes. You know why there are dislikes, right, on everything? It's because there are people who subscribe to me just to dislike everything I do. There are people that do that. There are people who subscribe to YouTubers just to dislike everything that they do. I mean, what a sad life is that? You know what I mean? But hello, guys. How are you guys doing? Oh, yeah, my keyboard is kind of near the mic and it's kind of heavy. So, if you hear clacking, that is why. Hello, chat. How are you guys doing today? Love the Dragon Age touch in the background. No, what do you, Oh, yes, in my image, yes. I gave that to the artist and said, oh, here are some of my favorite games. Put them in the background. You know, see how it goes. Yeah, I've also got a bunch of other stuff up here. You can't really see it. There's my fan art board. Last of Us 2 poster. I don't really like the game, but I like the poster. I thought it was cool. Got The Thing, Witcher poster, which is unfortunately out of view. Back to the Future. And then in the corner, you get 10 internet points if you know what that thing in the corner is. 10 internet points if you know what that thing in the corner is. You look nervous as fuck. I am a little bit. Honestly, a little bit nervous, but I'll get over that soon. Might also be the coffee and the sugar I've been having, but it's making me jittering. Yeah, the image is blurry. Yeah, it's probably because it's in the background. But if anybody can guess... Oh, let me move. If anybody can guess what that one is, there, you get 5 internet points. Yeah, how are you guys doing today? While we're sort of waiting for more people to come in, who has seen the Snyder Cut yet? Who's seen the Snyder Cut yet? No spoilers, by the way. I have seen it, but no spoilers in the chat, please. Not the Dungeons and Dragons one. No, not the Dungeons and Dragons one. The one next to it. That's a Serac, or it's the cover of the Dungeon Master's Guide. That's that one. The one in the corner there. Sia, Doom, Diablo. No, Wolfenstein. No. Baldur's Gate. Yes, but who is it from Baldur's Gate? Come on, lads. You know this. No, can't be asked. See the Snyder Cut. The Snyder Cut is worse than Whedon's cut. I would disagree with that. No. I think it's better. It's not perfect, definitely. It doesn't fix all of the issues with Joss Whedon's cut. And it actually adds a few problems of its own. There's no reason it needs to be 4 hours long. There's no reason. Not all the added content is actually good. But I wasn't bored like I was with the Joss Whedon cut. And they removed a lot of the really cringy stuff that Joss Whedon added in. So they take that. Saravok, yes, you get 10 internet points. Luis Jimenez. I probably pronounced that very wrong. I'm very sorry. Yeah, and it did. I don't know why it needed to be 4.4 by 3. No idea. Anyway, so that aside, I haven't seen the Monster Hunter film. Don't care about Monster Hunter. So let's get into why it is we're actually here today. So just to fill you guys in, if you didn't know, on Wednesday I uploaded a review of Sia's awful movie on autism, which managed to annoy pretty much everybody, both in the autism community, the general audience, and critics. No, very, very, very few people like this film. Some people did, of course, but very, very few people did. And it managed to be not just a bad movie in like most ways, like terribly edited, terribly shot, nonsensical story, tangents that went no, all that stuff. They managed to do that, and it also managed to be quite offensive because of its the way that it portrayed an autistic character. Even aside from the fact that they cast a even aside from the fact that they cast a non-autistic actor to play an autistic character, that's one thing. But then the way that they went about portraying that autistic character was quite offensive to a lot of people. Oh, thanks, Maria Murphy. Thank you for the super chat. So I released that video on Wednesday, and it was doing really, really well. Like, it was skyrocketing. Like, compared with a lot of other things that I've released, it was doing so well. But then after a certain point, I think it was about 12 hours or so, it just kind of tanked. It stopped being recommended pretty much. It got taken out of search results. So if you search for the video, even by my channel name, or the video title, it would not show up, which was very odd. And yeah, if you look at the analytics, because I showed these, I did basically a rant. I uploaded a rant video yesterday because I was so... Was it yesterday? Thursday, sorry, because I was so angry that this happened. The analytics just like, just completely tanked and killed the video. And if you watched my rant video that I uploaded, if you want to watch it, there's a link in the description of this stream. There's also a link to the re-upload. I'll talk about that in a minute. So I was really mad about it because my channel and myself have been in a slump for a while. I've been depressed for a while, and it affected the quality of my content. And with the Wonder Woman video, things started to improve. With the Mulan video, things started to get much better. And then with this video, it just blew up. It blew up. And it was amazing. And I worked so hard on this video. And I was up for like 30 hours straight to get it out and released for Wednesday, because that was when I, agreed with the sponsor that I would have it out at the latest. Got it out, uploaded it, and I went to bed feeling so happy because the views were doing so well and the feedback I was getting was so positive. The comments were amazing. The buzz on social media, people were sharing it and people were DMing me and tweeting and saying how great the video was. And then I woke up and then my girlfriend says, "Oh, by the way, I tried searching for your video and it didn't appear anywhere." So of course I went online on incognito mode, and I tried this on different devices, by the way, under different accounts. Still didn't show up. Yeah, it just been yeeted. And it stings even more so because it felt like I was finally coming out of this slump and I was back on top, baby. This was it, and I've made something that I'm so proud of and people are loving and it's great and I feel like I'm really turning a corner, and then I just get slapped in the face by YouTube's colossal dick. How am I supposed to not be mad about that? Like, imagine... yes, my girlfriend is American. Oh, thank you guys for super chatting, by the way. Thank you, K Condor, Icaro, and Daphne Gunn. Thank you for super chatting. I'll cover super chats in a bit. I just want to finish my thought. Yes, my girlfriend is American. And it hurt because it was like, this is it. And then they just went, no, you can't have this. No. Imagine, like, you write a book and you go to a publisher and the publisher says, yeah, this book is great. We've checked it. It's not got any bad stuff in it. We can publish this. Great. So you go, oh, amazing. Then you go out, booksellers, they sell the book and it sells like hotcakes, right? Loads of people are buying it. Loads of people are loving it. The reaction from people that buy the book and the buzz is amazing. And you're like, yes, I've made it. And then the publisher turns, oh, you know what? My cat. You guys want to see my cat? My cat is moaning to come in the room. Hold on. Get cat. Oh. Hang on, guys. Cat is incoming. There we go. Say hello, kitty. Meow. Meow. She does this thing where she, like, squeaks. Or, like, chirps. She's not doing it now. I don't know why. I'll put it down. She doesn't look that comfy. Yeah, there we go. Bring on the cat. She'll come and sit on my lap in a sec. Oh, cats are a remedy for all of life's ills, you know? Come on. Come on. No, don't play with the mic. No, I don't want to see your asshole, thank you. I'm good. This is the kind of content we need, guys. This is how we get through. Oh, and now she's gone back to the door and wants to get out. That's typical cat behavior. Hold on a sec. Yeah, you had your 5 minutes of fame, didn't you? Right, out you go. Oh, bless her. Oh, bless her, guys. Bless her. Anyway, what was I talking about? Anyway, I was saying, yeah, so imagine you publish a book. Publisher goes, yeah, that's great. You go and sell it. It sells amazing. It's doing really well. You think you're on top. And then suddenly the publisher turns around and goes, we can't sell this anymore. We're not gonna put this in bookstores anymore. We're not gonna show this to people. And you're like, why? Oh, we need to check it for something. What do you need to check it for? Against policies. Okay, what specific policies do you need to check it for? Okay, why couldn't you have checked the video for policies at the same... Why couldn't you have checked the book for against your policies when you were checking it for whether you wanted to publish it or not, whether you were okay with that and putting ads on it? What? Oh, it's a different process. That's literally what they told me. Okay, so to give you some... To bring it back to the video, I tweeted at Team YouTube about this, and they gave me a bullshit like, it's common for videos not to appear in search results for 24. Fuck off, is it? And so I did a creator chat with they have like a help service. Basically, if your channel has over 100,000 subscribers, you get access to a special creator chat, basically. And the guy told me that if it was a real guy, it could have been a bot. I'm convinced that it's mostly bots, but whatever. He told me that not only when they check a video for whether for monetization, they also check it for against YouTube's policies and guidelines, so because it's a separate thing. So apparently, when they check that, they remove them from search results while they're checking it in case it's something bad. And then because of COVID, they don't have enough staff to check the videos, so it could take a while to check. And so I was like, okay, so you've taken it out of search results to check it, even though it's doing wildly well, and it could be up to 48 hours before it gets checked. And that's it. For 48 hours, it's out, and the momentum is all lost. And he was like, yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry? The fuck does that do for me? You know? Well, and the worst part of this, I keep saying the worst part. And the thing is, I'm still mad. It's been like 3 days and I'm still mad. It's such a bullshit excuse. I don't understand. If out of all the companies that would be able to deal with the pandemic and like remote learning and stuff, It would be fucking Google. You're telling me Google doesn't... Oh, no, don't even... The thing is, I have to take him at his word because I don't have any proof that it's not true. He said he'd refer my case to a specialist and they get back to me within 24 hours. That's not happened, and it's now been 48 hours. But you know what? Let me check my emails. No, nothing. And so they decided to basically yeet this video based on some complete horseshit. And this is my life. This is my livelihood. That video was en route to becoming my most successful video ever. I hadn't had a video perform that well since the Goop Lab video last year. It did better than the Kissing Booth 2 video. It did better than the Mulan video. It did better than anything I've released in 2020, aside from the Goop Lab video. And it would have done even better had they not done this. And that's why it pisses me off. And so my only recourse was to unlist the video. I did not take it down. I did not take the video down, by the way. I've never taken the video down. I didn't unlist it before this. The video, by the way, was not demonetized. It was not age restricted. It had no copyright claims. And it had no guidelines violations, okay, at that time. So, what angers me about this is that, according to YouTube themselves, I did everything right. I made a video that was within their guidelines and it was within their advertising standards. They allowed me to put ads on it fully. People were watching it. People were loving it. It got a high click-through rate. It got a high view rate. It was doing so well. And so that's what YouTube encourages us to make. It encourages us to make popular, safe content. And then I do that, and I'm successful, and they do this. Even by their own standards. I'm in the... How am I not supposed to be angry about this, you know? Like, what the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck? Now, I can't throw around accusations of, like... Because people in the comments were saying this. Like, oh, maybe Sia was involved. Maybe somebody... maybe somebody from Sia's camp saw the video and asked YouTube to take it down, but they couldn't actually take it down, so they unlisted it or whatever. Yes, Cage. They'd already reviewed it for monetization. It had already had a manual review by a human being, so they say. That had already happened. So, why not do the check at the same time? I don't understand. Oh, I just lost my train of thought. That's really annoying. But yeah, basically, by YouTube's own standards...
Sponsored by Raycon.
Oh, whoops. By YouTube's own standards, I did the right thing. And I still get bitch slapped, you know? And I don't think there is any legal recourse because they've written it into their terms and policies somewhere that they are allowed to do this and it's fine. And they'll flash that in court and get away with it. Also, it's not worth the money. Like, the amount of time and effort and money that would be spent on a legal battle for this, it's not worth it, guys. And they know that. That's the thing, they know that. So, I've really got nothing... There's nothing I can do. And that sucks. But anyway, what I would like to say... So, I've re-uploaded the video. Please go ahead and watch it and leave comments and likes and share it around. There's a link to it in the description of this video. Please try and give it a boost. The problem is that when you re-upload the video, the momentum is never the same. The video has gone from 160,000 views within 12, 14 hours to 70,000 views within 20 hours. It's nothing. Well, not nothing. It's still good by my standards, but it's just killed it, and it'll never be the same. And you know what the bullshit thing is that YouTube will turn around to me, well, the algorithm will turn around to me and say, oh, that means that this re-upload is a bad video, so we're not going to recommend it to people. We're not going to recommend your video to people because of a mistake we made. Fuck you. That's, you know. And yeah, so people have asked, no, this is not the first time something like this has happened to me. As I explained in the rant video, it happened to my cyberbully video from last year. It was doing amazingly well, and then it just tanked. Completely tanked. It went from like 10,000 views an hour to a few hundred. So the momentum of the video was completely killed. And it was immediate. It was instant as well. It wasn't like a gradual thing, because here's the thing. Peaks and curves, they happen. That's natural. I understand that. And I can also understand if a video doesn't get much money, if a video doesn't get many views, you know, YouTube will go, okay, that's not a popular video. We're not going to recommend it to people. I understand when that happens. It sucks, but I get it, right? But it's when the video gets it does so well and it gets so many views, but they decide to just, you know, yeet it. That's when it's frustrating. Yes, I do have a Patreon. If you want to support me, I do have a Patreon. It's in the link, it's in the description below. And yeah, so I was saying, I want to say thank you to everybody for your support on that video, on the rant video, and on the re-upload. All of the amazing comments you guys left in support, all the DMs I had and tweets, people sharing the video, you know, people sending messages of support. Thank you guys so much for that. I really do appreciate it. And thank you. I've had so many new patrons as a result of this total bullshit. You know, and I want to say thank you to all of, you know, anybody that became a patron because of this fucking nonsense. So thank you for that. I'm just going to check my email. So I'm going to have my emails up so that if somebody does become like a patron on the stream, I can see it. Right. So what I thought would be fun and interesting to do in order to basically say thank you to you guys is to do this live stream where I go through my video and I sort of expand on thoughts that I had in the video, talk about stuff that I didn't get to talk about in the video, and let's just have a bit of fun with it. Let's have a discussion with it, because there's this film, I mean, fuck this film, but you know, it has raised this discussion about various issues of, you know, representation and how to be respectful when you're trying to, I guess, do something for a community, right? But before we do that, I'm going to read through the super chats. Thank you guys for sending those. I saw you once mention the Boulder King, Monday Matt, and the BSE pool. Were you interested in the internet blood sports stuff? How that community collapse was like a Greek tragedy? Not really, nah. I just know about Mundane Matt, but I don't really want to go into details. Like, I'm not interested in the details of it, you know. Thank you, Icaro. Good luck in the fight with YouTube. The video is amazing. I mean, the fight with YouTube it's done. There's nothing I can do. The only thing I can do at this point, re-upload the video, encourage you guys to watch it, and then move on to the next thing. And once this stream is over, I'm going to do the subtitles for the re-upload, and then I'm going to immediately move on to the next thing, because that's what I got to do. I'm so pumped. Despite all this bullshit, I'm so pumped to give you guys, like, to make more videos and give you guys more content. I'm so, like, in it, you know? So after this is over, I'm going to get back to it. Thank you, Don Duthit. Is that how you pronounce? I'm sorry if I mispronounced anybody's name. I'm so sorry. Daphne Gunn, your videos are the only thing that keeps me sane. Thank you very much. Mackenzie Fleetwood, when Autism Speaks denounces your film, you know you messed up. Yeah, pretty much. When Autism Speaks is able to take the moral high ground over your film, you're probably doing something wrong, you know? Henry Dawson, thank you. What do you get if you cross a lamppost with the Pope? How should I know? I don't know either. I'd love to know. Miles DS, thank you. What's her name? Her name is Sansa. After so used to have two cats. They were sisters, and we called them Arya and Sansa. And you know, after the Game of Thrones characters, which unfortunately that aged very badly. Don't even get me started on Game of Thrones season 8. Just don't. Unfortunately, Aya died a few months ago and it was quite sudden and unexpected. We took her to the vet because she was clearly in some kind of distress. We took her to the vet and they said that she probably drank something like antifreeze from a puddle outside or something. And her kidneys were basically destroyed and there was nothing they could do to save her, and that was it. And so that was sad. I'm not gonna lie, that was like, because I saw her one day, she was fine. The next day she was poorly, she was really unwell. Next day she went to the vet, and then I never saw her again. And it was like, oh, you know. And I will say that Sansa's become a lot more clingy since Arya died. So I don't know whether she, whether she knows that or whether she's missing her sister or not. I don't know. Yeah, so that sucks. Thank you for your messages, guys. Anyway, thank you, Estemonosuchus Uralensis. Thank you. H.P. Lovecraft cat name. Don't Google it. Sally Santoyo, thank you very much for that donation. Thank you, Primal Kyogre, for becoming a member. I hope you're doing okay these days. I haven't heard from you in a while. Connor Johnson, thank you. Last month I rented a copy of music and posted a review. Why would you spend money on this shit, mate? But after posting the review, I had people ridiculing me for renting a copy instead of pirating it. Should I have done that? I mean, I'm not going to encourage you to pirate it. Personally, I would just ignore the movie. I mean, I had to give money to it in order to review it. I wouldn't recommend spending money on this film. I wouldn't recommend giving the money, but if it is for the purposes of review, I would say it's fine, and it's better to rent it than it is to buy it, because you're spending less money on it. I felt bad about buying it. I had to buy this piece of shit. I felt bad about that, so I decided to, donate some money to some autism organizations, because, like, ugh. Yeah. Thank you, Kren, for that donation. Ikara, video idea, cynical review, taking a piss out of YouTube. You know what, I had thought about taking the piss out of YouTube, actually, for a video. I had thought about that. We'll see. Doing a history of... Just because I've had a bit of a history with bullshit on YouTube. I haven't had any videos taken down. I haven't had any copyright strikes. But I have had a fair amount of bullshit. So maybe I could talk about it. We'll see. Thank you, Smile, for that donation. Mackenzie Fleetwood, thank you. The restraint scenes are still there and no warning before the film I checked. Yeah, I'll get into that. But yes, they're still there and there's still no warning. Bartender Percy, thank you. Here's a cut of stimulus because YouTube wants to be a knob about your video. Thank you, mate. Smile, a little good news here. I got your video and recommendations today, so maybe it's somewhat fixed. I don't know. Love your videos. Thank you. So the new video is now being recommended and it's now appearing in search results. So that's, that's something, I guess. Oh, thank you, the Grand Tamburini. How many angry geese can you take in a fight? You don't want to know, man. I've seen things. I've been places. Okay. So, right, so without further ado, let's get into it. Let me know about the volume of the video versus my voice. I'll be pausing it. So yeah, I added a little warning to the start that, hey, this is, well, not a warning, but this is a re-upload. I'll skip the ad. Sponsored by Raycon. And I'll do more super chats like in a suitable break in the video. So here we go, right. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so alright, so I can explain a bit about that. So literally within the first 30 seconds of the movie starting, not even that, after sort of the credits start and the scene plays, it goes from music kind of still like this, and then suddenly she's like, and it's like, oh fuck's sake. Like you just immediately know, like, oh god. This is gonna be bad, isn't it? Like they didn't even hold back. Just immediately from the start you just know it's gonna be awful. And Sia has this weird way of laughing, which is really loud and like quite aggressive, so that was kind of scary. So I wanted to add in a bit there. Is it weird to listen to my own voice? Yeah, I got used to it after the first video I made. Yes, it is very weird at first, and I used to hate my own voice. Now I'm just like, whatever. Whatever. Right, I'll skip the Raycon ad. Don't worry, I won't make you guys sit through that. Use link in the description. But yeah, if you guys do want to help me out, this is another way to do it, by the way. Raycon.com/cynical reviews. You get a discount, and like the more that they sell through that link, the better it looks on me. So that's another way. The volume is a bit loud. Okay, turn it down a bit. The road to hell, they say. In fact, I'll put on the subtitles as well so you can kind of see. Is paved with good intentions. Music is one of the... So that good intentions line, I kind of on the spot was like, actually, you know what? Yeah, this is a good example of the road to hell being paved with good intentions. I'll put that in. You may have noticed as well, I've started doing this thing where I have the mic and I'm holding it rather than like... Usually I have the mic on a stand somewhere like off camera in front of me. But now I've started doing kind of this when I talk. And actually I found it a lot more engaging to do this. And I've had difficulties on camera, like really being, I think, energetic and getting my point across and stuff. But now I'm like, So I like this. So I think I'm going to do this more often. Biggest oofs I've ever seen. I stand by that. An admittedly well-intentioned attempt to portray autism on screen in a positive light, it misfired so badly that you will cringe so hard that your teeth will get sucked back into your sphincter. Yeah, I'll explain the blackface bit kind of when we get to it. So, when I say... Okay, I need to clarify this, because when I said well-intentioned, what I mean is, I think Sia was coming at this issue from, like, a place of, oh, she did... I don't think she hates people with autism. Autistic people. I don't think she wanted to make fun of them. I don't think she wanted to put them down. I think she... Just don't break your microphone like you did before. I think she did want to honor autistic people in the autistic community, but just had like no... She just didn't know what she was doing, and she didn't make the effort to inform herself. To know what she was doing. Having said that, mixed in with the good intentions thing, I think she did have selfish reasons. I think she wanted to make the film to put Maddie in it, and she wanted to make this project because it was her baby and her thing. And so yes, she did have selfish motivations to make this, or like self-interested motivations. But I do generally think it was well-intentioned, and I think, I don't think it was coming from a place of malice or hate. I don't think she was trying to make them look bad. That's just what happened. It's, genuinely, it's just bad. She's got a savior complex. Yes, a few people have pointed this out, and I didn't really elaborate this in the video, but she seems to have a bit of a savior complex, where she wants to save people, and we can quite clearly see that with Maddie, which we'll talk about when we get to that part. And I think she wanted to do something for her autistic friend and for the autistic community, and she wanted to say, save them in a sense, and as a way, it's kind of like, you know those people who donate to homeless people, but they film themselves doing it, and it's clearly just so that they can look good doing it. It's like, I get a similar kind of vibe. That's the vibe I get. Heart in the right place, brain stuck in another dimension. I think that's true. All right. Not only is it a bad movie, but it's also incredibly misguided, horrifically insensitive, and even somewhat dangerous. And I saw some people who were like, oh, dangerous, oh, fuck off. Maybe I should elaborate on this when we get to the actually dangerous part. Actually, I'll save this for later. That might sound like... Otherwise I'm going to front load everything. An exaggeration. But unfortunately, it isn't. Yeah, it's not. This is going to be an interesting one. Written and directed by Sia, who, if you don't know, is an Australian pop musician most famous for her song Chandelier and for wearing wigs that make her look like Ongo Gablogian. I love that I was able to use a It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia reference. Like I've been waiting to make some kind of reference to that for a while. I was actually worried about those first few lines that I recorded because when I first played them back, they sounded really like heavy and bassy. I guess I thought I was too close to the mic. But then after listening to them a few times, I guess I was going to re-record them, but I guess it's kind of fine. Also, can we just talk about where is it? Song Chandelier. Can we just talk about how she has this weird habit of putting Maddie in like skin color suits in music videos? She did this in Chandelier, and she did this in what was the one she did with Shia LaBeouf? She had Maddie and Shia LaBeouf, and they were both in like skin suits, and it was really weird. It was really weird. Anyway. Leah, and for wearing wigs that make her look like Ongo Gablogian. Music was originally filmed back in 2017 and finally released straight to VOD services this February. Although, sometimes I don't know if a joke is funny because I've listened to it like... When I write it, it's funny, but then I listen to it like 50 times while I'm editing, and so it stops being funny, you know? Theatrical run in Australia, and it's the cinematic equivalent... So yeah, it got released in Australia back in... I want to say... Was it February? I think it was maybe before that, actually. I think it was maybe December or November. And then it was released to VOD. Elastic Heart, that's the one, thank you. Equivalent of an overdue stillbirth. Being absolute... By which I mean, it took ages to create, and then it came out and it was dead on arrival. I feel some part of me feels a little bit bad for making that joke. I'm not intending to make fun of people who've had stillbirths. It's just, I think that's an appropriate analogy to use for this video. Professional critics, the general audience, and especially by members of the autistic community the film claims to honour. Oh yeah, Pedro Pascal was in a video of hers as well before he got famous, and I was going to reference that actually in the video, but just for time, I didn't. The movie where they had to digitally remove all of the CGI characters' buttholes because somebody thought it was a good idea to include them in the first place was better received than this movie. I still haven't seen Cats, by the way. I still need to. My girlfriend wants to watch it with me, and I'm just kind of like, really? Like, what am I going to get out of this? You know? Anyway. And we're going to talk about why. So yeah, I just thought it was funny that Cats was more poorly received than this piece of shit. Music tells... At least Cats didn't, like, offend anybody, you know? Story of recovering alcoholic and drug dealer Zoo, played by Kate Hudson, who, after the death of their grandmother, suddenly becomes the sole guardian of her non-verbal autistic younger sister, Music, played by Maddie Ziegler. So, alright, so basically what happens in the story is, like, So Music is living alone with her grandma in a flat. Not a great flat, but it's there. And everybody kind of on her street and on the row of flats that she lives in, or apartments, helps take care of her, basically. She has this support network around her. And she goes out every day on a walk. She goes to the library and she reads, and then she comes home and she has her daily routine, which, yes, autistic people often like to have a routine, and if you break that routine, it can cause issues. The problem with this is... It's the kind of routine, like, she doesn't appear to be... First of all, we don't really know how old she is. And she doesn't appear to be She doesn't appear to be in any kind of, like, education program or... not daycare center, but, like, a day learning center or anything like that. It doesn't seem like the grandma has really made much effort to make sure that she's got something official there, rather than just, like, neighbors' goodwill. Because what if the neighbours move away and somebody else moves in and they go, oh no, I'm not dealing with this shit. It's not my problem. It's just weird, and unfortunately, a lot of autistic people don't have this kind of support system. So it's really not it's really not an accurate representation of the way I think most autistic people have to, especially like this level. Of autistic people have to basically function, what life is like for them on a daily basis. And again, I didn't really go into that many details about this while I was, in the video, but this is why I'm doing this, so I can unpack these details a bit more. Like, for example, she has this guy who will, like, she has people who open doors for her. She has people who escort her from one place to another. She has somebody who will pay for her to have, like, magazines so she can read, she can look at dog pictures and she can read. She has this guy who, like, pays for her to have watermelon slices and stuff. It's very weird. I'm not saying that in itself is bad. I'm just saying, like, where are social services? Where are the programs involved? It's... I guess that they're trying... The whole point was to show that they're trying to encourage her to live independently, but actually, the way they go about it, it's just weird. And it's not... I don't know. Anyway. Oh shit, 1,700 people are watching this. Fuck me. Hello, everybody. This is the most viewers I've ever had on a live stream. Jesus Christ. By the way, I usually stream over on Twitch every Sunday. I've missed a few just because I've been tired or ill, or focusing on videos, but I usually stream every Sunday. So if you're interested in more regular streams, follow me there. There should be a link in the description, twitch.tv/cynicalreviewsofficial. Anyway, let's get on with it. Quick aside, if you're a parent who chooses to name their child Music, you should probably be put on some sort of list and then never allowed into anything ever. Yeah, I stand by that. Stupid name. Why would you name your child Music? Fucking stupid name. And also, the sister is named Zoo, and it's short for what's it short for? Zuka, or something equally stupid. Sorry, I'm chewing gum because it helps with my throat, and it means I'm not constantly drinking. And the problem is, if I constantly drink, I'm gonna need to take a piss pretty soon, and I'd rather not. Anyway, let's carry on. Being out of her depth, Zoo develops a relationship with her neighbor Ebo, who teaches her how to manage music in a catastrophically wrong fashion, but we'll get to that. Yeah, so basically in the film, Zoo has no idea what she's doing. Kazoo, that's it, some stupid fucking name. So she's struggling to look after her, and Music has an episode. She has a meltdown, and she doesn't know how to deal with it. So then her neighbor Ebo, who does a lot of caring for her, comes in and immediately does the restraint thing, which is absolutely terrible, and we're going to talk about it later. And that's a big problem with the film, is that Ebo is kind of like the guy who knows what he's doing, and he's meant to basically be the one who teaches Zoo how to live with music and how to take care of her, and is responsible for Zoo's character growth. And that's really dangerous. It's dangerous because it teaches people, it spreads the message that the methods that are being used, and the support network that Music has are acceptable and okay, and it's really not. It's terrible. Oh yes, I didn't comment on this, but it's played by Leslie Odom Jr., who was in Hamilton. Didn't comment on this in the video, but I don't really care much for Hamilton, but I know a lot of people do. And so people were saying, oh, the film did him dirty. I think she cast him from Hamilton, I'm pretty sure. So I guess he was cast for his musical ability. And, he's okay. He's okay in the film. But they did him dirty, man. Holy shit, 1,800 now. Fuck me. Hello, everybody who's joined late. Hello. What shot are we looking at? Okay, so the reason I use this shot is because this is from after Zoo does a full prone restraint on Music, and I didn't want to show the actual prone restraint at this point because, like I say later in the video, I've been told that it can be triggering. So I didn't actually want to show a screenshot of it or a clip of it because I didn't want to throw that at people so early on without a warning. So I used a clip from after it happened. Oh yeah, and he speaks with quite a stereotypical African accent because Sia wanted his character to be from Africa so that they could comment on... Because he has a line about how people in his culture don't respect people with autism and don't take care of them properly and stuff. And it's just like, dude, come on. The fucking optics. Oh, and she gave the only... I should probably talk about this later, but yeah, he has HIV, and she gave the only important black... There are some other black characters, but like they're really, really, really minor and they don't say anything. She gave the only black character in the movie HIV. And it's like, mate, come on. I'm surprised she can still see anything through all those optics. Oh my god. Okay, after this section, I'll catch up on Super Chats, and I'll give a shout out to those people who have become patrons since the stream started. Predictably, the two get together by the end, despite having no chemistry, and Zoo embraces her role as music's caretaker, while music learns to express herself through singing. So this is really stupid. That music basically, I mean, she likes music, she's always listening to it through her headphones, but then they sort of gradually get her to sing out loud in their company, in the flat, which, okay, I can understand that, that's a progression. But then, right at the end, they have her... Oh, by the way, okay, right, let's break this down. So, right at the end, so Ebo's ex-wife is marrying his brother, and that's kind of a sub-thing. Like, she left him for his brother, and he's sad about it, but he kind of gets over it, and that's his character arc. So he stands up at their wedding, and is like, I'm really happy for you guys, I love you. And then Zoo, who has now gone through her character arc and has ditched, because she's an alcoholic and drug dealer, so she's now ditched all that. She brings music to this wedding, and she's like, she gets on stage with him, and she's like, oh, I love you, and they make up, and everyone's like, yay, even though you're crashing somebody's wedding, and it's totally inappropriate, and it's like, what are you doing, you know? And then music's on stage, and so they start playing the piano, and she starts singing in front of all of these people, and it's like, she's gone from, like, not being able to look people in the eye, and being, like, sensitive to stimuli and stuff, and having a difficult time being surrounded by a lot of people, to going up on stream, because I just saw somebody in the chat said stream, she goes up on stage, and starts singing in front of hundreds of people, and it's like, I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to, like, put autistic people down, but progression tends to be a lot slower than that. It's not a realistic depiction of how somebody with this, like, level of autism progresses in terms of how they're able to express themselves. I don't think this couldn't happen. It's just the way that it happens is... It's really bad. The way that it happens is it's kind of rushed, and it's idealistic, and it's really bad. Because Sia wanted to give us, you know, it's in the later part of the movie, but she wanted to give us a Hollywood ending. That's what happened. And so that's why the ending is so, like, idealized and, like, oh, everything's great for her now. Oh, shit. Almost 2,000 people. Fuck me. It was 2,000 at one point, and then it dropped away. Fuck me. Hello, guys. The plot isn't worth going through in detail, except where it becomes relevant to the controversies surrounding the movie. Which is true. There's not much to say about the plot itself. There's a bunch of pointless little subplots. Like... Zoo at one point goes to some woman who's played by, what's her name? Juliette Lewis, who you don't really see anymore. And she's in it for like 2 minutes, and that's it. And she has a relationship with a drug dealer who is one of the guys from, I think, The Office? Or is it Parks and Rec? One of the two. I can't remember which one. And he's in it for a bit, but again, it goes nowhere. There's a subplot with this Asian kid that he kind of helps music out, and then he gets killed, and it comes out of nowhere, and it doesn't affect any of the other characters. And then, right at the end of the film, he orders music a service dog to look after her. Now, of course, service dogs, you know, they're a thing, and they're a great thing, but you can't just order a service dog for somebody who's like not your family or your like got your ward or whatever, you can't do that. And also they kind of imply that like giving Sia a dog like solves all of her problems, because basically she has this thing where she likes dogs, which cool, is fine. But then they give her a dog and it's like everything's fine now. It's like, no, that is not how that works. I'm sorry. Fuck me. Which is why we're really here. But even ignoring them, it's not a good movie. It's boring, it drags longer than its short runtime would suggest. Yeah, it's an hour and 40 minutes long, but it feels a lot longer. It has horrible pacing, and the pacing of the movie is absolutely horrendous. It's terrible. There's too much of that awful handheld shaky cam thing I hate so much. Yeah, the whole fucking movie, they're filming it with these, like, handheld cameras instead of, like, using tripods and stuff. Now, I know that handheld cameras can be used in a lot of good ways, and they can be used very effectively. The problem is, the way they do it in this, it's like the cameraman was drunk. And yeah, we can joke about, oh, the cameraman's drunk, but no, it's like the cameraman is drunk. It is constantly... I'll play this clip for you again. This was one of the worst examples of it. Boring, it drags longer than its short runtime would suggest. It has horrible pacing and does too much of that awful handheld shaky cam thing I hate so much. You see how much the camera moves there? It's really bad. It's awful. And a lot of the film is like that. A lot of the film is like that. And it's nauseating and it's awful to look at. And Sia even said in one of the interviews, so I didn't include this in the video. So this took 4 years to edit together because obviously, I mean, it was filmed like garbage, and Sia was never really happy with it, and she kept getting in new editors, and they weren't able to basically produce something that she wanted. And she even says in this interview, which I didn't, that clip I didn't include, she says, oh, I made it very hard for my editors by using the handheld cameras, like by moving the camera around a lot. I made it very hard for my editors. Yeah, but that's not a good thing, Sia. That's a terrible thing. Maybe you should have like reshot it or like used a tripod. What's wrong with using a tripod? For fuck's sake. Yes, 4 years. This was filmed back in 2017, and they spent 4 years editing it into what it is now, and it's still garbage. It's still garbage. The editing is terrible. The camera work is terrible. It's an awful film to look at. Regardless of any... That's the thing you guys have to realize. Remove the controversies. Remove all of the other stuff. Remove Sia. The movie is still terrible. It's terrible. It's a poorly made movie. Alright? Somebody said I should keep the stream. Yeah, I'll keep the stream. I'll add it to... I'll add it to... I'm going to unlist the stream on this channel, and I'm going to upload it to my second channel, Cynical Streams. There'll be a link in the description. However, I will unlist this one, and I will add it to the playlist, that I have of live streams, so if you want to find it, it'll still be there. But I'm going to re-upload this publicly to my second channel. Should be a link down below. So yeah, after this section, I'll go through the super chats. A fair few plot points make no sense or are poorly established, its characters are poorly written, and the performances are only decent at best. It does very little to explore its serious themes, and handles them very poorly. Yeah, so they introduced Oh, hey, Jesus. How you doing, man? Jesus Christ is in the chat, everybody. Everybody say hello. This is a movie that even you couldn't love, my man. So... They introduced themes of, autism, looking for an autistic person. They introduced themes of poverty and addiction and stuff like that. But it's just kind of like, it's there and they don't really do anything with it. Like I said, the HIV... They just kind of go, oh yeah, Ebo has HIV, and then he struggles to get his medication, and then that's kind of it. It's just kind of sort of gets left. Oh yeah, the lighting is also garbage. Yeah, you're right. It just kind of gets left, and it's like, oh, okay then. Cool. Nice to know that was in there. There you go. God knows why this was nominated for 2 Golden Globes. Oh, yes, that was a whole nother thing. So it was nominated for Best Comedy or Musical. Really? Best Comedy or Musical? Really, Golden Globes? This piece of shit? Even aside from the controversy, you really nominated this... Okay, here's the thing. I didn't say this in the review, but here's the thing. This is the kind of movie that pretentious art house people would think is good. Right? It's this kind of movie. They go, oh, it's got this message and it's an indie movie, oh, and therefore it's good. No, it's not. Shut up. Oh yeah, and best actress for Kate Hudson, which I don't think she deserved that. She was all right, but no. Awards? Nah, fuck off. Fuck that. Oh shit. It didn't win any, and the Golden Globes are a joke, but still. Yeah, so it didn't win any. It didn't win any, and then there's this whole thing. There was a whole scandal about the Golden Globes, like allegedly taking money to give, to give awards and stuff like that. It's like members of the committee were allegedly given free screenings of things and gifts and stuff like that. Allegedly, of course. It's dodgy, you know. Anyway, before we move on to the Maddie Ziegler and the casting controversy, I'll go through the super chats that I haven't done so far. Yellow Orange, thank you. Thank you so much for your videos and making them even through all the crap you go through with YouTube. You never fail to make my day better. Thank you very much. Chiborium, are there any limitations on the representation requirement in film? So that's interesting. So that's a huge topic, and you know we'll get into that when we talk about the representation part. I do think there are limits. John Zilla 22, thank you. I hope you feel better, CJ. Big fan of your channel. Always look forward to future videos. Thank you very much. The fact that so many 2,000 of you are watching this now, holy fucking shit. The amount of support that I've gotten on the video has made me feel a lot better. The amount of support I've gotten from you guys on anything that's happened, about everything that's happened has made me feel a lot better. So thank you guys. Yeah, I mean, I'll be alright. It's just like, fuck's sake, you know? Shane, hey man, love your videos. Sorry about what happened with your video. Thank you, man. Thank you. Renzi, $5 for the teeth sphincter. Thank you. Jesse Shodel, I think there was some narcissism mixed in with those good intentions. Yes. Yeah, I think there was a bit of that as well. But that's just my opinion. Grey Aria, thank you very much. Hey Cynical, my boyfriend's sister is autistic and won't ever live independently. This movie pissed us off so bad we couldn't watch your review. Here's a few dollars to make up for the lost views. Love your face. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't really blame you for that, but thank you for that. Tim Broglio, as an autist and survivor of Autism Speaks, I love your video and your respect for the issues. Thank you. I tried. You know, I tried because I didn't want to seem like a hypocrite going into this video and not doing my research, considering I'm calling out Sia for not doing hers. I think I'll get into that. Actually, no, I'll address it now. So, I'll be honest, I didn't know a lot about autism when I started work on this video. I didn't really know much about it. I thought it was more of a developmental disorder. I didn't realize it was more to do with like communication and interpretation of sensory experience and things like that. And so I've learned a lot, you know, and I mean, I don't want to make this about me. I'm not trying to make this about me, but like I've learned a lot and I feel quite humbled actually through making this video. And so it's been, you know, I found it quite a valuable experience. And I certainly tried to do my homework at least a little bit better than Sia did. Which isn't really difficult, but we'll get into Sia's homework a little bit later. But at least because I wasn't sure what terms to use when talking about autistic people. So I asked on Twitter, like, okay, I use terms like autistic people, people with autism, people on the spectrum, neuroatypical and stuff like that. And I said, you know, what's the consensus, if any, on these terms? And really the only one where a lot of people said don't use it is people with autism. Apparently that's not preferred for various reasons. So I was like, okay, cool. I won't use that. I think I did accidentally use it a couple of times. Apologies. Or I used it in the context of like Sia saying it. But, you know, at least I fucking asked. You know, was it so because Sia didn't even ask? like, publicly. That's the thing. She just talked to, like... She had her autistic friend, and then she had 2 people advising her on the film, and then, like, that was it. The problem is you can't really get a good picture from just 2 people. Anyway, we'll talk about representation in a bit, and research when we get to that section. Rotti Thorotsky. Frank Zappa named his kids Dweezil and Moon Unit. Yes, he is, and he's a fucking idiot for doing that. What are you doing? Mike Tester. So she killed the only possible likable character. Well, if you're talking about Ebo, he doesn't die. The other kid dies, but the kid doesn't really have a personality. He doesn't say a word throughout the whole film. I think the implication is he might be non-verbal himself, but they don't really do anything with it. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, some people have become homosexualoids. Yeah, thank you, Primal Kyogre. I've already addressed that. Thank you, Ana Maria Hernandez, for becoming a homosexualoid, or channel member, rather. Thank you, Laura Hertzman, and Lady Phoenix Grey. Thank you very much for becoming homosexualoids. Right. Michael Hegwood, thank you very much. Jacob Butler, looks like you hated this movie. Hate this movie. Hated it. Hating every simpering audience insulting moment of it. Yeah. I think hate, I mean, actually, I don't know about hate. Hate is... I just felt contempt is really the proper word. Just contempt for this movie, honestly. It would be a more appropriate word. I was kind of flabbergasted by the whole thing and just kind of like, what the fuck are you doing? You know? So, like, anger... Yeah, there's a bit of anger, but it was mostly just, like, disdain. Danny Darko. Good intentions are a good start, but not enough to change anything. Yeah, I agree. Mackenzie Fleetwood. A great piece of advice I got from writing classes. You don't need to start with your magnum opus. I think Sia tried to start with her magnum opus. Well, I think she tried to finish with her magnum opus as well, because she said, oh, this is going to be my final thing that I do. Okay, Sia. Cool. Oh. Dog. AAA Dog. Dog AAA Dog. Also, I find it funny how she made a movie about someone who often suffers from sensory overloads while having musicals that would give me an overload. Yeah, we'll talk... yeah, we'll talk about that. Michael Hegwig again, thank you. From personal experience, treating someone with autism as a dangerous animal is a really bad idea. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't... Yeah, I had to explain that. The Club Autis. You made my dad laugh, thank you. Oh, thank you, my man. Laughing Kuro. Not professional, but assisting at a medical office. Music is horrific. Right now, we're dealing with neglectful caregivers, and it's just the worst. Yeah, Mars DS. As someone on the spectrum, this movie infuriated me. I can't stop thinking about Tony... your videos give us laugh and joy, and you're always trying to make your videos safer to watch, so very happy we give back with our support. Thank you very much. Niall Summer. Awful movie. Music was too loud and bright, and how music was treated was gosh darn criminal. Overall, 1 out of 10. Still better than most autism movies. I don't know if it's better than most autism movies, if I'm honest. Shiborium again. Thank you. I get the feeling that music might actually be worse and more insulting than Mulan 2020. I would agree with that. Yep. I think this movie is worse. Both as a movie and everything around it, it's just worse. Although that's not saying much. Anyway, let's get into it. Oh, actually, wait. I had some new patrons. So, thank you to Jesse Shodel. Thank you to V3 Nick. Thank you very much. Kyogre 5000. Cumology. And thank you, the Cuddly Bot. Thank you for becoming patrons. You guys are awesome. If you guys want to support the channel in a way that doesn't give YouTube any money, Patreon is there. There's a link in the description down below. All right, let's carry on. Golden Globes are a joke, but still. Of course, the shadow hanging over all this was the casting of the non-autistic Maddie Ziegler to play an autistic character. A decision that led to widespread criticism from... I mean, it just overshadowed the whole thing. The problem is... Because, I mean, a lot of autistic people were saying, actually, we don't have a problem with the casting. And that's fair enough. That's totally fair enough. I myself am kind of indifferent as to the casting. Oh, fuck, my coffee's gone cold. I myself am kind of indifferent to the casting, but then that's just my opinion. For me personally, if you're going to cast somebody who doesn't have a condition or whatever it is, you need to do it well. You need to do your research and do it well. That's my opinion, but that's just my opinion because I'm not an autistic person, so my opinion isn't really worth that much in this regard. It's really up for autistic people themselves to decide whether they're okay with this or not. And a lot of them were like, yeah, fine, you know, I don't have a problem with casting a non-autistic actress, it's all good. What I haven't seen, though, and I think what we can agree on, is that the way they did it was terrible. The way they actually went about doing it was terrible. And Maddie was not cast for her acting ability. She was cast for... It was nepotism. That's what it was. But anyway, we'll get into that. So, yes, I do think some people did kind of overreact to Sia and get a bit too nasty. But then she turned around and did what she did, which we'll get into. You know. Yeah, it's weird. The thing with the casting... Okay. So... Here's the thing. If you're actively trying to... If you're saying that you're trying to represent... Because she even said this in interviews. If you're trying to represent, like, a community or a demographic that doesn't get good representation in film, they don't have a voice, and you're trying to give them a voice, why wouldn't you cast somebody from that group? I don't... Like, it's just really weird. You know, why wouldn't you do that? And so that's really her first big mistake. And then she says, okay, well, we'll go into it. I'll kind of talk about community after the trailer dropped back in November. So this was really when the first, like, massive... This is when I first heard about this movie, that when this massive backlash came out, you can see that dislike ratio. This was the first controversy. First time I heard about this, and I was kind of like, oh, okay then. This gonna be good. You know? The issue of representation in media is an extremely complex one that I can't possibly go over. So that's from Mercury Rising. And the whole plot of Mercury Rising is that it revolves around an autistic savant who he basically can't communicate with people. He really struggles to, like, make eye contact or communicate. And the whole plot involves around him being good at code breaking, and he's good with maths. So he's very good at this one thing. And then Bruce Willis comes in and has to protect him because the NSA are trying to kill him because he broke this unbreakable code. So the whole thing is, like, he's an autistic savant, and that's the basis for the movie. And then but within the scope of this video, the next example is represented The Predator 2018 in media is important to many members of historically marginalized communities. Right, so, and then you've got The Predator from 2018 where the guy's son has autism, and it's kind of a big thing in the plot that he does. So he has problems communicating with people, but he's able to work out the Predator technology, and so then the Predators are trying to go after him. And then at one point later in the movie, Olivia Munn's character is like, you know, a lot of experts say that autism isn't a problem. It's actually the next step in human evolution. What? No, they don't. What are you talking about? But the reason this is a problem is both of these... I actually really like Mercury Rising as a film. I enjoyed it. But the problem with this is it gives the impression of autistic people being like savants. And because the amount of times that you see autistic people in movies and stuff, they're either dehumanized or they are autistic genius savants, which... You know, it's kind of a harmful representation, and a lot of autistic people don't appreciate it. It gives the wrong impression. Also, you're using it as a plot device, which is kind of a little bit insulting. I don't know. I personally don't... It doesn't affect me, but people get insulted by this. But The Predator is a garbage movie. I actually made a two-part video on it. Go and check that out, and I kind of go into details about why it's bad. And the problem with the representation here is that the way they present his autism is it basically, at least with Mercury Rising, I can't possibly go over within the autism is fairly consistent. He's a savant. The savantism is fairly consistent throughout the whole thing. And the actor does actually do a good job portraying the character. With The Predator 2018, the way they represent his autism varies enormously based on what the plot needs. It's plot-convenient autism. When he needs to be sensitive to noise, he is. When he doesn't need to be sensitive to noise, he's not. When, you know, so he gets, like, you know, a fire alarm goes off and he has a breakdown, but when he's in a gunfight filled with fire and explosions, he's totally fine. The kid blows up a house and kills a load of people, and then he's just like, gets up and is just like, oh. You know, it's just fucking dumb. Like, what the fuck? Oh, hey, Voxes, how you doing? Yeah. Oh, speaking of Voxes, I originally had the idea for this video to have, like, if any of you guys watch Vox's productions, which you should, he makes great stuff. He has a character called Autistic Andy, and I was gonna have, I was gonna ask him to do a little cameo where he has Autistic Andy be like, I think this movie's shit, you know. But Vox has said, you know, you don't want to kind of use him as a butt of jokes, and you want to be a bit, you know, you want to be careful with it. So I decided against it in the end. But I think the video turned out good as it is. So yeah, if you don't know Voxis, go and check out his content. He's amazing. He did a great job with the little cameo bits that he did for the Mulan video. He's a good lad. And to many members of historically marginalized communities, especially given the Oh, let's talk about the fanatic. Let's talk about the fanatic. Oh my goodness. So, if you didn't know, the fanatic was, I believe it was written by as well and directed by Fred Durst, the lead singer of Limp Bizkit, and it's about it's about an autistic guy who's like a super fan of this like horror movie actor. And he basically stalks him and, like, breaks into his house and, like, ties him up and is like, I love you, I want to spend time with you. And it's just like, oh my God, what are you doing? Like, it's so insulting to, like, people, like, autistic people. Like, it's so, I mean, it's a bad movie anyway, but it's so insulting that he is the bad guy because he has autism. It is definitely a funny bad movie. I wouldn't recommend watching it though. It's not funny bad enough to make up for it being shit. And John Travolta was like so happy, and you see him in interviews. He was so like passionate and enthusiastic about the movie, and he was so excited to be playing this character. And then you see the movie, and it's just like, oh, okay then. Yeah, basically it's Misery, but with an autistic person, basically. Somewhat mixed record of this up to this point, and a great many people on the autism spectrum were very unhappy with this casting, seeing it as yet another example. Many weren't, but many were. And it was quite a lot. Opportunity for representation. And of course, this is social media, so social media always gives you a very skewed representation of how much of any group is angry about something, because you only really hear about the angry ones. But there was a lot of feedback about this, which, even though, you know, a lot of people were like, yeah, this, you know, I don't have a problem with this, it's cool, it's fine. The amount of people that did have a problem with it, you know, maybe you should have paid attention. You know, maybe there's something to it, you know? Asking why an autistic actress was not chosen for the role and accusing Sia. So she's an autistic YouTuber and TikToker. Oh, yeah, it's funny. If you go on IMDb, the movie keywords are ableist and ableism. That's like the top ones. It's just quite funny. Of ableism. Now, the sensible thing would have been for Sia to do a press release. Is that the lady from Tall Girl? No, it's not, but she does look similar. PR agency, or do an interview, or anything vaguely professional. Of course she didn't. Instead, she... So this is the problem, is that, yes, there was quite a loud, almost violent reaction to Sia doing this, but then she turned around and this is how she responded to it. And I think she kind of she basically lost sympathy because this is how she responded to it. And she did later admit that she was an idiot for doing this. And she said, oh, I was on it was 3 a.m. and I was on Twitter and I was angry. And I will admit that I've done this myself. I've been angry because, you know, I was having a bad day or was in a bad mood, and I decided to reply to people that I shouldn't have, and I got angry. I've done this. I have. And it was stupid, you know. But what I've not done is respond to people who are raising, like, ethical concerns about what you're doing and addressing quite a sensitive issue like this, and especially since you're such a public figure, this is not how you handle things.
She took the worst possible approach.
It's like the least. This is the least of This is the least professional way you can respond to something.
Satisfied people directly on Twitter.
Oh, so by the way, so the original video is the original video. I didn't actually censor these. I was worried about the video getting monetized, so after I rendered the final version, I made a censored version where I in Paint I censored the images, and then I didn't want to like find the images again and uncensor them in order to like so. In this redone version, this isn't the censored version. I didn't censor the swearing. This is just a re-upload of the original. The Vegas Pro had the censored images in it, so that's that. Oh, by the way, Sia deleted all these tweets, so I had to find them by Google search because they'd been archived by other people.
And with every reply, the hole she kept digging for herself kept getting deeper. She claimed that she did originally work with a non-verbal actress, but that she found the experience...
Yeah, I was worried about it getting monetized, but it was fine. It did actually initially get demonetized, but then by manual review, it got monetized. So, that's fine. But then, of course, they didn't... Why didn't they do the review for policies or whatever the bullshit thing is? Because I talked about this earlier. In fact, you know what? I should have mentioned this earlier. You know what? You know what I probably think happened? And this is my suspicion. I think because the video was doing so well with regards to my other videos, like the performance was like, if this is my usual video, the video was up here. It was like doing like 2.8 times as good as my other average video. I think YouTube looked at that and they went, there's no way that's natural. There's no way that's authentic interaction. And they decided to just remove it while they, remove it from search results and stop promoting it while they checked that it was authentic. I suspect that that's what happened, but I can't prove it, Anyway.
Experience too stressful, and that cast...
Oh, actually, I'll go back to that tweet. Hold on. Right, so, this is what she said in response. She said, I actually tried working with a beautiful young girl, non-verbal on the spectrum. She found it unpleasant and stressful. That's why I cast Maddie. I have to take her word for this because I don't have any proof that this is not the case, right? Here's the thing with this. Even if you couldn't find somebody that was... First of all, the first step you should do, if you cast a non-verbal actress, what you should do is make the environment in which you're filming suitable for that actress as much as you can. Accommodate them as much as you can. If you hire a person in a wheelchair, you should make sure that the set and everywhere they need to be is wheelchair accessible, And if you can't make the locations in which you're filming suitable for that non-autistic actress, maybe you should think about how that would affect the non-autistic character in your script, right? Maybe having your your autistic character in this environment is not a good thing, and you should reflect that in the script, and you should show how she deals with it. But they don't really. You know what I mean? And then the next step, okay, because people said, oh, but it would have been very difficult for someone that far on the spectrum to do this. It's like, okay, you make adjustments, okay? If you can't make adjustments, then you hire somebody who's still on the spectrum but is a little bit less so, maybe, if you're trying to do the representation thing, right? But they didn't do that. She just defaulted straight to Sia. Yes, I do read the chat. I've got it up here. It's just, I can't respond to everything. Because I'm getting so many messages, but I am keeping an eye on it. Sorry. So that would be your next step, but she defaulted to casting Maddie. And as I say later, there's that clip of her saying, I wrote a movie for her, and it's this movie, so it's probably this movie. So I think she wanted to cast Maddie all along. Sia could be lying here to save face. But I want to make it very clear that I don't have any proof of that. I don't have any proof that she's lying about anything. I have to take her word for it. But I don't buy this. I don't buy this. Anyway.
stressful, and that casting someone at her level of functioning would be cruel.
Right, so that's an assumption that Sia made about such a person. Instead of finding somebody else, she just went, okay, doing it entirely is cruel, so we'll hire somebody that isn't autistic at all. I mean, okay, so I imagine a bunch of you guys watching are autistic or like on the spectrum and stuff. So throughout this process, I'm very interested to hear your thoughts on all of this. So please feel free to share them. If your autistic character can't be played by an autistic person, how realistic is your autistic character? So in this case, that's what I would say. Yeah. If your autistic character is written in such a way that it can't be performed by someone like that, maybe you should think about that and adjust the script accordingly, you know? Mildly pissed off, but I don't care that much. How would an actress with that level of autism do the musical performance dance scene? Well, exactly. But then why put the dance scenes in? Is the other question. We'll see. Has Sia done other movies? No. Before this, she directed the music video for... Oh, what was the one she directed? It might have been Chandelier, but I can't remember. If you guys know which one it was, let me know in chat. She directed a music video, and on the basis of that, people said, yeah, you should totally, like, direct this movie. You should direct it yourself. And so she did it. But yeah, so this is an assumption on Sia's behalf, on Sia's part. And, you know, it's up to autistic people to decide whether they're okay with that or not. I on the one hand, I see where she's coming from, but on the other hand, I really don't. You know.
She thought casting Maddie would be more compassionate.
Yeah, so this is the logic, but yeah, whatever. I love Maddie, don't get me wrong, but you need to consult actual autistic people, yes, and have autistic people play autistic people. Up for debate, of course. I did try, it felt more compassionate to use Maddie, that was my call. Okay. But that shouldn't have been what you defaulted to. Alright?
And best lovingly represent the community.
Oh, come on. This is the thing, she says these things, like, I was trying to best lovingly represent the community, I was trying to honor the autistic community and stuff, but then she says all these things, and then she does things that actually ended up pissing them off. It's really... It's actually quite impressive how badly she fucked this up. You know, how badly a lot of her statements have aged. It's quite impressive. If you say... So, okay, so the logic here is that she thought if she cast Maddie to do a good job portraying the autistic character, I guess she thought that having the character portrayed this way and in this environment was the best way to lovingly represent the community, and having an autistic actress do it would be cruel, so it wouldn't work, and so it wouldn't represent the community. I don't get it. I don't get it, you know? Oh yeah, special abilities as well. It's like, okay. That's, again, autistic people, you guys decide whether that's weird or not. I think that's weird. It's like calling somebody special, you know? Oh, you're special. It's like, well, it's better than being like, oh, I'm not going to say the R word, but like, oh, it's better than calling somebody the R word and stuff, but like, it's still kind of condescending, you know? It's the wrong approach. And that's the problem in general with this movie, is it's not trying to be insulting, it's trying to be positive and praising, but actually it's quite condescending, you know? Anyway.
Bullshit.
She seems like someone
Another
who's
Ongo Goblogian reference.
quite prone to emotion.
Yeah, so she does seem to get quite emotional and passionate about things.
I cry at like MasterChef Junior. So
And when
Which is very strange. I hope I don't have to tell you how strange that is. In fact, you know what? Let me find the clip. I'll see if I can play it for you in context. Where are my notes? Because I've got the interview up here. Let me see if I can play that in context. Right, it's somewhere around here. By the way, this whole interview is really pathetic. It's like a gold mine of cringe, and this interviewer just sucks Sia off throughout the whole thing. Never says a bad word about the movie. She claims to have seen it. I don't know how true that is. Let me see if I can play this for you in context.
And give you a Hollywood ending. I only enjoy movies that give me feelings. That, like...
But how did it make you feel? But what about the feelings?
That's why mostly I watch documentaries. So my only goal was...
That might explain why she doesn't know how to make a movie.
Just to make you feel. Like, we're so out of touch with our feelings. I mean, so many of us are out of touch with our feelings.
You're out of touch about something. Yeah, of course I disliked it. Look at this. Look at this. Definitely disliked it.
I wish I was more out of touch with my feelings. But I cry at like MasterChef Junior. So but, yeah.
Yeah, and if you check the comments, it's all people like shitting on. It's all people shitting on her. Oh yeah, and she compared an autistic person to an inanimate object. I will go. You know what? I will play that when it comes up in the video. But the comments on this are very interesting. Anyway, let's get back to it.
She was immediately called out on this feeble excuse by both autistic actors and autism advocacy groups. Her responses became increasingly defensive and hostile.
So, yeah, a bunch of not just autistic people, but like organizations and charities were like, no, this isn't how you do things. We're not okay with this. Her response was, oh, you haven't seen it. How can you judge it without seeing it? But look, just from the trailer itself, it's really fucking cringe. That's the thing is, yeah, even if you haven't seen the movie, the representation itself in the trailer is really, like, cringy. And the trailer tells you really everything you need to know, although it doesn't show the restraint scenes in the trailer, so actually, no, it doesn't tell you everything you need to know. And actually, when you watch the movie, it's even worse. When you watch this stuff in context, it's even worse, you know? Anyway.
Fucking bullshit, you have no... I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do an Australian accent.
Fucking bullshit.
So I tried to do an Australian accent, and it came out like, what did it come out? Let me play that again.
Fucking bullshit. You have no.
It came out as some kind of Scottish, like really terrible Scottish accent. You guys know I can't do accents. Anyway,
I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do an Australian accent.
Fucking bullshit. You have no fucking idea because you weren't there and haven't seen the movie.
Well, I was, and I do have an idea, and it's fucking shit, Sia. Also, this doesn't answer the question, because the issue that people were objecting to was you cast a non-autistic actress for an autistic character. That's what people were saying was bad. Well, also, that's what people were complaining about the representation, but they were also complaining about that in principle, right? But she didn't really respond to that. Well, at least in this bit. She says, oh, I tried, and it didn't work out. Fuck off, did you try? Whatever.
Fuckity fuck, why don't you watch my film before you judge it? Fury!
Oh, that's fucking cringe, Seal. What are you doing?
Who types Fury? Come on, man. That's such like a boomer Karen thing to do, man.
Several autistic actors, myself included, responded to these tweets.
In my opinion, this was the biggest oof.
We all said we could have acted in it on short notice. These excuses are just that, excuses. The fact of the matter is, zero effort was made to include anyone who is actually autistic. Hashtag nothing about us without us.
Wait for it.
Maybe you're just a bad actor.
Oh, Sia, no. No, what are you doing? This is some... I mean, like... What else do you need to say about that? Like... Come on, man. That's not how you respond. Jesus Christ. Oh, dear. Some Amy's Baking Company levels of bad PR. I was able to get the Amy's Baking Company reference. So, okay. So, for you guys who don't know who Amy's Baking Company is, basically they are a couple who owned a restaurant in America, and they went on Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares, or Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares in America, and they were having a lot of bad press So they wanted to sort of their motivation, because usually what Gordon Ramsay does is he come in and fixes failing restaurants, but what they wanted him to do was basically give them good PR because they had a lot of haters online. But the owners were like complete sociopaths. They were cruel, they were vindictive, they were spiteful, they were mean. They swore and shouted at customers who just wanted a service. They were terrible at running a restaurant. And in the end, Gordon Ramsay just ended up walking away from it because they were too much. Because they weren't going to listen to him. And it backfired on the both of them because they ended up getting a lot worse PR. And then they responded to it online by doing what Sia did, but they did it even worse. And it went on for a while until they hired a PR firm. And it's one of the worst examples of how, like, not to handle PR in a business. Now, my suspicion, and it is a suspicion, is that the restaurant was just a money laundering front. That's my suspicion. Can't prove it, whatever. Oh, yeah, they stole the server's tips. They fired a server for asking if the table number was correct because the owner had got the table number wrong on a previous thing. They shouted and swore at a customer who, like, asked where their pizza was, and it had taken an hour and the pizza wasn't there, and the guy was like, pay for what you've had, and if you don't like it, pay for what you've had and get the fuck out. And the guy was like, what the fuck, you know? So yeah, that's Amy's Baking Company. I can't rewatch that episode because it's so cringe. But yeah, this is quite bad PR. Anyway,
that this movie is for them.
Yeah, so listen to this. Listen to this shit.
Levels of bad PR.
I'll turn it up.
That this movie is for them. And if we can try and keep our egos out of it, that would be great.
She also used the excuse that
Cool. So the context of that is she was saying to people on, like, the first day of shooting or something like that, hey guys, we're making this movie and it's for autistic people, so let's get on and do a good job and let's keep our egos out of it. That was the context of what she was saying. Right, we're almost done with this section, and then I'll catch up on super chats and patronage.
She cast neuroatypical and trans people in the film, and not as fucking prostitutes or drug addicts.
So they were all like side characters though, or like non-speaking parts. They're just the dancers in the movie. Dancers in the music scenes. That's it. You know.
It's a statement that garnered its own backlash.
Lol, that's a pretty lol statement.
And gives off this kind of energy.
If you kick every Latino out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that, you know what I mean? Like,
she did.
Oh, man.
Later apologize and delete not only these tweets, but also her entire Twitter account. Although interviews she gave in the months after this show that she hasn't really learned that much.
Right, so I have to... Okay, in context, that apology and the deleting of her Twitter came not after the insults and that backlash. I think she did offer an apology for that, but that apology and the deleting of her Twitter was in response to the backlash about the restraint scenes. So the restraint scenes leaked online, and then she got a massive amount of backlash to that. That is when she apologized for that. She said, we'll put a warning in. We'll take the restraint scenes out. I'm sorry. And then she deleted her Twitter account. So that is why she deleted her Twitter account, not because of this. And I should have been a bit clearer on that in the video. But just to put that in context. All right, we're just about to get into Sia's relationship with Maddie. So before we do that, I'm going to quickly catch up on super chats. Right. Thank you, Samalas. The special education system also often mistreats autistics by talking to us like babies and giving us first grade work when we are way older. See, that's the thing. And I mean, I kind of had this misconception as well. I thought that being autistic meant that you're sort of at a lower level of intellectual development, but it's not. It's not that. You know, it means you have problems communicating, but you're not stupid. And autistic people shouldn't be treated like they're stupid. You know. Lady Phoenix Grey, thank you. Your video about the movie brings a more realistic opportunity for discussion and better for future representation on the topic than the movie itself ever could. As for the good intentions, I'll just cite The Road to Hell. Yep, exactly. Thank you, Pina ADHD Alien. Really hated how they never once reached out for help and instead cured her aggressive positivity. You did, you cured her with aggressive positivity. You did good research, and I love the humor. Thank you very much. Lady Phoenix Grey again. And for a great example of how to do this in a light-hearted comedic way, there's something about Mary. I've not actually I did see it, but it was like, it was ages ago. Michael Hedgewood, thank you for the other super chat. Alexander F. As an autistic man and a tutor who works with autistic kids, frankly, it's creepy how people talk about inspiring autistic kids. It's not that hard just to have empathy for others as human beings. Boom. Yes, thank you, my man. The Granite Person. Fuck YouTube, bunch of basteds. Thank you very much. I assume you meant to say bastards, but thank you. Maggie Dento. I'm autistic, and check out the replies my comment got on the rant video. There was a YouTuber bullying and harassing me and another autistic. Well, I'm sorry to hear about that. That sucks. That should not happen. Michael Hedgewood again, thank you. If anyone is interested in anyone well-written autistic characters, I'd look at Abel Nader from Community, Ice Bear from We Bears, or Wilson Fisk from Netflix's Daredevil. Okay. I was going to talk about Loop from Pixar, but I'll talk about that a bit later. Frederick R. If you want to watch something good about autism and music, I'd recommend short movie I Used to Be Famous. Okay. Eric Edward. Both me and my girlfriend have autism and live together. We found this movie offensive, and we are not the easily offended type. Well, that's the thing, is a lot of people who... Yes, some people who got offended by this movie are the easily offended type, but a lot of others who got offended by it aren't. You know, I'm not easily offended by stuff, but even I was like, fuck me, this is bad. Oh, thank you to Lena, Filia Medici, and Louis Stanley for becoming patrons. Thank you very much. If you want to support the channel, I do have a Patreon, link in the description down below. If you join my Patreon, you get early access to uncensored versions of videos before they go live on YouTube. Oh, fuck me, my stomach's rumbling, I'm hungry. As well as a mention in the credits of videos. And you also get more regular updates about what I'm doing and how videos are going, stuff like that. Link down below. Okay, let's carry on. So now we get into the relationship with Maddie. I don't accept that she couldn't have found a good enough actress somewhere on the spectrum, and the excuse becomes less credible when you learn more about her relationship with Maddie. Describing it as close doesn't quite cut it. Starting with Chandelier, Maddie has appeared in many of Sia's music videos, and... yeah, so by the way, just in case you're wondering, I have the chat open in a separate window, like here, next to the... It's literally right next to the screen and the camera, so I am keeping an eye on the chat, so don't think I'm not reading it. Just obviously I can't respond to everything. Oh, thank you, Mackenzie Fleetwood. I'm on the spectrum. Condescension triggers me a lot. Yeah, I mean, there's a video, there's a TED Talk called, oh god, what's it called? It's about inspiration porn and why it's bad. And I would recommend you guys check that out for an interesting perspective on exactly what this movie is doing and why it's bad. Where did I get the hat? I've had it for about... God, I've had this hat for over like 10 years, and I have no idea where I bought it from. I'm sorry, I have no idea where I bought it from. And I've not been able to find a hat quite like it with something on it. Because I've been wanting to replace it, but I've not been able to find one quite like this.
Sia has said that she didn't want to make anything that didn't involve Maddie.
Because
yeah, which is really, like, weird.
Can't do a project without her. I don't want to. I wouldn't make art if it didn't include her.
Which is so... That's the kind of thing that you would hear about... that's the kind of thing that you would hear about somebody say about, like, their wife or their girlfriend or their husband or their partner, whatever. Somebody that they have a deep, close bond connection with. Like, they are your muse. They are, you know... That's how you would use... That, you know, that's how you would talk about this. This is fucking weird. So just to go back from a sec.
To make anything that didn't involve...
So basically what happened is Sia found Maddie through Dance Moms and said to her, right, I want to put you in my music video for Chandelier. Then she was in that, and then that gave her a lot more exposure. And then Sia basically puts her in, like, everything that she makes. She's in pretty much every music video that Sia has made since, barring, I think, one or two. And I didn't mention this in the video, but there was another girl who was in one of Sia's music videos, but she didn't even get to meet Sia. Like, so it's not that she does this with every girl that she puts in her music videos. It's just with Maddie.
In many of Sia's music videos, and Sia has said that she didn't want to make anything that didn't involve Maddie.
Because I can't do a project without her. I don't want to.
Yeah, I should know. Maddie is now 18. At the time, Maddie was 14, and at the time she met Sia, she was 11.
I wouldn't make art if it didn't include her.
So that's all
Their
important.
relationship has gone beyond mere friendship and into more of a mother-daughter dynamic, with Sia considering Maddie her muse.
Where are her parents? That's a very good question. Her mother seems to have taken a back seat to a bunch of other adult figures in Maddie's life, including Abby Lee Miller from Dance Moms, and there's like one or two others, I think. But she seems to have these adults around her who are really quite deeply obsessed with her. And it's very strange. Like, yeah, okay, she's a talented dancer, but like, chill out, guys. You know, like what's going on here?
And Maddie Ziegler, my little dancing muse / surrogate daughter.
She's also expressed the desire to save Maddie from the influence of other adults.
Her exact words.
Such as Abby Lee Miller on Dance Moms, the show where Maddie first garnered attention, and to protect her by creating roles for her.
I want to work with her till the day I die. I actually just keep writing projects for her so that I can keep her safe.
Very important. She keeps creating parts for Maddie to keep her safe from basically other people who would put her in things that wouldn't be good for her necessarily. She's trying to protect, in her words, she's trying to protect her, and it's very, very strange. You know.
Convinced Maddie to turn down a role that she thought would be bad for her career, which, like most of her statements, ended up being very ironic.
It's kind
Even
of funny.
recently, she was offered a part in a film, and I felt that the film wasn't good enough for her, and so I called Melissa and I was just, please don't do this. Like, this isn't good for her.
This interview is also quite interesting because it goes into a little bit more details about her relationship and how she perceives it.
Her career, it's not good for her long-term credibility. This is not a good co-star.
By the way, if you guys are wondering, it gets worse. We'll go into it.
To be in a movie with.
They even quarantined together in the same house and have had a lot of sleepovers where they sleep in the same bed.
So they were having they lived very close to each other, and they spent a lot of time together, sleeping in the same bed and stuff. That was even before quarantine, and then they're quarantining together, so they continue doing it. So I imagine a lot of the writing process. I mean, look, there's even fucking interviews with TV interviews with them together in bed, and it's kind of like, okay. And you may not have an issue with this, and that's fair enough. But just imagine if this was a man. Well, a man and a young girl, but imagine if it was a man and a young boy. It would still be weird, because again, she's not related to her. It's very strange. And I want to be very clear that I don't think it's a sexual thing. I don't in any way. I don't think that's what's going on. I don't think there's any kind of physical abuse going on. I don't think it's anything like that. But I think it's more of a codependent relationship is what I see it. I think there is some level of grooming into a codependent relationship, and Sia wants to, and again, this is my speculation, I've got no proof for this, but I think she's basically trying to create a codependent relationship where she's clearly dependent on Maddie now, and she wants Maddie to be dependent on her. I think that's what's going on. And that's really fucking weird. And it's not alright. One thing I didn't mention in the video, by the way, is that apparently Maddie was going to get on a plane with Harvey Weinstein before he got outed as, as a rapist. And she stopped Maddie from getting on the plane. Which is just more proof that it was that everybody on the inside knew that he was a creep. So, yeah, okay, that's good, great, but that, it's it's an overly, what it is it's not straightforward abusive, but it's an overly protective, overly coddling, weird relationship. And it explains a lot about why Maddie was cast and why Sia reacted quite so, you know, emotionally on Twitter. So yeah.
In fact, I've got like about 1,000 t-shirts that I had made that just say bonus mum, and it's all I wear.
What the?
Which is very weird.
Fuck.
Yeah. Do I need to explain why that's fucking weird? So the context of that is her basically saying, oh, I'm like, how would you describe the relationship? Oh, I'm like a second mum. In fact, you know what? Let me get the context again. 1,000 t-shirts. Oh no, that's from a different interview, which I didn't do a timestamp for that. Alright, fuck, never mind. Let's carry on.
Let's be honest, that's pretty weird, and it explains why Sia lashed out on Twitter in defense of Maddie and why she defaulted to casting Maddie after the first actress didn't work out.
Yeah.
That I love.
No
I
excuse for an Ungo
absolutely
Gablogian,
love. I want it.
Reference.
It's everything.
She's even openly admitted that her decision was made out of nepotism.
I realised it wasn't ableism. I mean, it is ableism, I guess, as well, but it's actually nepotism.
And there you go. She admitted it. Not a great look, Sia, if I'm being honest. At least you admitted it.
And since she's declared that she doesn't want to do anything without Maddie, I'm strongly inclined to believe that she wanted to cast her all along, but had to create an excuse to do so.
Yeah.
Well, she's now...
Yeah, and this, for me, her repeated statements about, oh, it was nepotistic, oh, I keep writing things for her, oh, I wrote a movie for her. Her repeated statements make me think, yeah, she always wanted to cast Maddie. So, taking it at face value, like taking it as true, her statement that she cast, you know, an autistic actress, a non-verbal actress in the first place, which I can't prove that's false. So taking that as true, I believe that was an excuse, and so that she could just pull that out of her ass to say, oh, I did cast one, but it didn't work out. You know?
I've actually written a movie for her, so she's done with the music videos.
As you do.
So I haven't just really decided.
You've written a movie script.
Yes.
Now, I don't blame Maddie for any of this. She was 14 years old at the time, clearly under the influence of a close maternal figure, and
that's putting it mildly,
woefully underprepared to play this character. Although,
I think it's very important that we don't hold Maddie responsible for this. She was young. She was under the influence of somebody, you know, that's that close to her and kind of like an idol figure to her and a mother figure. So, you know, she's not going to say no, is she? And yeah, her research, while her research was bad and not nearly adequate enough to the task, that's not entirely her fault. Like, it's not really her fault. She should have been told by other people, hey, this is how you know, this is how you actually do it. You know, she should have been told, right, this is how you properly do research.
So naive,
God,
seems to...
I'm really hungry. I need to have a hobnob. Somebody said on my rant video, you need to close the hobnobs or they'll get stale, so I guess we'll find out. Nope, they're fine. All good.
Have had the best of intentions and even expressed reservations about.
This is the bit that really gets me, guys. This is the bit that really gets me. I'll let it play.
And Maddie arrived, and she was living across the road from me at the time, and I could see something was wrong with her. She was pale, and she was just unlike herself. And I'd known her since she was 11, and she was 14 now. And I was like, honey, what's wrong? Is this?
How old was Maddie? She was 14. She was 14, and she was 11 when Sia first met her.
Something wrong? And she just burst into tears, and she just said, I don't want anyone.
Oh, sorry, I need you guys to hear this. This is important.
Since she was 11, and she was 14 now. And I was like, honey, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? And she just burst into tears, and she just said, I don't want anyone to think that I'm making fun of them. And I was like, oh, honey, like, I won't let that happen. I was like, I promise I won't let that happen.
Fucking... Oh, it's just so much wrong with that. Like, where do we even start? First of all, Sia, why did she say it like this?
Is there something wrong? And she just burst into tears and she just said, I don't want anyone...
Why is she doing it like this?
To think that I'm making fun of them.
Why is she doing it like that? Why is she, like, fake crying like this? Why would you do that? Why would you say it like this? It comes across like you're insulting her, you know, and making fun of her, even though that's probably, maybe that's not her intention, but, like, that's what comes across. And bear in mind, again, that she is quite an emotional person. So that's, you know, that's kind of your explanation why. But still, like, what is this?
And I was like, oh, honey, like, I won't let that happen. I was like, I promise I won't let that happen.
Which was a fucking terrible thing to say. You know, if you have to even say that, you're probably doing something wrong. If the 14-year-old says, oh, hey, maybe there's a problem with this, maybe we should, you know, maybe we should not do this. How do you not... For fuck's sake, Sia, what are you doing? God, where do we even start? Like... What the fuck? You know? Fucking hell, Sia. If you have to even have this conversation, you're probably doing something wrong. I will say, by the way, in a later interview, so this interview, by the way, is from October, so it was before the trailer dropped, so it was before all the controversy. So throughout the whole interview, there's no hard questions about representation or, like, her reaction or anything like that. Nothing like that. In an interview she gave in February, she did say that she was somewhat naive when she said that, oh, I would protect you from this backlash. I won't let that happen. She did say, yeah, that was quite naive of me, mistaken of me. I'm like, yeah, you bet. I'm just like, okay, so I need to add that in there, that she did later admit it, but she gave kind of, it was a very half-assed apology. You know, I hope Maddie's alright from all this. Yeah, let's carry on.
And also, you can have Final Cut. I said, if there's anything in there that makes you feel uncomfortable, then you can have Final Cut.
But she's a young teenager, and you're a mother figure to her, so regardless of what you say, she's not going to want to say no to you. And it's incredibly unfair to put this on her shoulders rather than yours. But even if...
Yes, exactly. It's a really... That is a really terrible thing to put on the shoulders of a 14-year-old girl. Oh, you have Final Cut. If there's anything you don't like, we can take it out. Okay, fine. You, on the face of it, you might not think there's anything wrong with that statement, but bear in mind, she's 14. And again, the influence of a maternal figure, stuff like that, you got to understand how influence can have so much power over people. She's not going to... Maddie's not going to turn around and say no to you after you've just done that. You know, she's not going to want to defy you or tell you you're doing it wrong or, like, make you look bad. She's not... Oh, yeah, also, Sia is, like, a lot older than Maddie. She's almost, like... She's, like, 28 years older than her or something. She's a lot older. It's... What are you doing, you know? If you don't have a problem with the casting of a non-autistic actress to play an autistic character, which is still an ongoing debate, and it's really for autistic people to decide, what you can't deny is that they went about portraying an autistic character in the completely wrong way. So, yeah, I stand by that. So the main issue, I think, here is whether or not you think an autistic, you know, character should be played by an autistic actress. Because, again, there's a debate there, and from the comments section, a lot of autistic people were saying, I don't actually have an issue with the casting, it's just how they did it. I think really, the issue is that they did it... What we can all agree on is that they did it wrong. I think that's fair to say. Oh, yeah, also, if you may notice, so my mic actually cut out during this, while I was recording this, which was like... You know, So I hastily recorded this dub, and I got it roughly right, but the dub was too long, so I had to stretch the clip in order for the lips and the thing to match up. So you might notice that in this clip it's slowed down a bit.
Debate, and it's really for autistic people to decide what you can't.
So rather than being at like 30 frames per second, it's at like 20 frames per second, or it's just a bit slower. So
Can't deny is that they went about portraying an autistic character in the completely wrong way. They rightfully recognise that people.
What I'll do is I'll go through this section, and then I'll let the super chats build up, and then I'll go through them. Right.
People on the autism spectrum are very different from one another, and that it's impossible to represent them all in one character.
Which is true. Oh shit! Fuck.
What you can't deny one another, and that it's impossible to represent them all in one character. But rather than represent one specific form of autism, apparently out of fear that they would thereby offend somebody.
Maybe it was because I was scared.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because I was scared that if I made it clear what her diagnosis was, that then I might offend somebody.
They decided
But I'm gonna, you know what? I'll play this in context again, and we'll watch the whole thing. Let's go back a bit. Right. Let's
run for her money.
I agree with you, and I believe that too. And she's also the most professional person I've ever worked with, and we're really close. And she is so professional on set. She often does 2 or 3 people's jobs while she's being the dancer.
Well, at least one of you is fucking professional.
Or being my muse, or being the character music. She was often doing other people's jobs for them, and she's a real inspiration.
So she plays a special needs child who
someone on the autism spectrum who's quite low functioning, but she's non-verbal. She has a little echolalia, which means that she can repeat what you say to her, but she doesn't generate her own language.
I'm glad you explained.
Which, I mean, I don't know much about echolalia, so there's not much I can really say here, but they don't really do much with that. So she just kind of repeats a few lines like, or make you eggs, or braid your hair. So she repeats a few things that her grandma taught her. But she can't generate her own language. But then later in the film, she does do that. She does, right at the end of the film, when Zoo's basically going to put her in a care home because she realizes she can't take care of her, and then Music is like, no, don't go, I love you. And then so then she's able to generate new speech. Okay. So there are a bunch of times in the movie where the portrayal of autism is not consistent. Anyway.
Explain that because it wasn't entirely clear.
I mean, I could just go through this whole interview on. I'm not going to, but I could just go through this whole interview on stream.
What the prognosis was? Yeah.
Maybe it was because I was scared. Maybe it's because I was scared that if I made it clear what her diagnosis was, that then I might offend somebody. But then I learned that there is no 2 people on the spectrum that are the same, that autism comes in absolutely every shade.
Yeah,
and
which is true.
That when we sent it off to the Child Mind Institute to see whether we'd done a good representation, Maddie scored 100%.
Wow.
Right. Okay, I need to comment on this because I didn't talk about it in the video. So yeah, there you go. So, okay, there's 2 things. Firstly, they said, autistic people are very different from one another, which is true. That's true. It's a spectrum. People are vastly different from one another. You can't represent autism in one character. So what they decided to do instead was create their own character, which is basically a collection of stereotypes about low-functioning autistic people, which which are quite exaggerated, and they yes, it is possible for autistic people to have some of these characteristics, but it's very rare for them to have like all of them, and it's very rare for them to express them as frequently as Music does. She is constantly having these characteristics, and that's not. I don't want to say not normal, but it's very rare, and so that's why it comes across as a stereotype. And so, okay, this I didn't talk about this. So the Child Mind Institute is rather, it's a medical focused organization based in New York that's made up of doctors and researchers who like treats maybe the wrong word, but like they treat autism, and they sort of do research into it, and they do outreach and you know, that sort of thing. But they're not run by autistic people. They're not an advocacy group. They're not a charity. They're like a medical first organization. So it's a bit weird that you would go to them of all people. By the way, so my girlfriend, I shouldn't say too much, but she knows this system. By the way, she was really, really helpful with you know, information about this issue, and she'd never heard of this group. So that I mean, that says a lot. It's just very weird that you go to them. And then, yes, okay, she scored 100%. Okay, what was the test? And yes, like I said, you can find autistic people who have one or all of these traits. So, yeah, okay, you can say there's one. It's kind of like saying, yes, you can find, I'm probably going to be getting into controversial territory here, but yes, you can find individual black people that do like chicken and watermelon, that do speak in ebonics, that do commit crimes, or that do whatever, you know, all of these different things. Yes, you can find individuals like that, but it's extremely rare to find them like when they have all of those characteristics, and there's a reason that is a stereotype. And so, yes, you can tick off boxes and go, oh yeah, she's nonverbal. Oh yeah, she has the hand movements. Oh yes, she has echolalia. Yeah. But yes. So technically that's accurate, but it's not. It's a very small minority that have them all and that have them that frequently. So yes, it's accurate, but it's like it's not actually worth that much. And she uses this in various interviews. She brings up this example, and it's like, okay, you know, like what worth is it? You know. So what I'm saying, yeah, okay, you can find individuals that are like this, but it's such a stereotype, and it's a stereotype. It's a bad stereotype, you know. Yeah, it's accurate, but it's inorganic. I think that's a good way to put it, Iran. It's good organic. I hope nobody gets offended by my analogy there, because that's definitely not what I'm aiming for. Anyway.
Instead, to create their own autistic character by amalgamating a series of stereotypical features attributed to autistic people, resulting in what has been widely denounced as an offensive caricature. Now, let me be...
Why didn't I use stereotypes about white people? Well, the problem is that the white people themselves vary differently, so it's kind of difficult for me to be like, okay, what is a stereotype of white people? We can't dance. We like plain food. I mean, this is the... we like taking things that aren't ours. Yeah, but you know what I mean. You know, yeah, you can find individuals like that, but to create... If you have a character that's from that demographic and then you give them all of these features, it's going to be a stereotype. You know?
Be clear, I'm not autistic myself, and I'm not trying to speak for people that are or get offended on their behalf. They are more than capable of doing that for themselves, as indeed they have done. There are a bunch of videos up on YouTube from autistic people giving their perspectives on the movie, which I'd recommend you guys check out. But just
I'd recommend you guys go and watch videos from autistic people talking about it, so you get their perspective as well as mine. It is, by the way, a complete coincidence that they all happen to be women. I didn't even notice that until I started editing the video. Coincidence, before anybody says anything. But yeah, those are interesting perspectives, and yeah, don't just take my word for it. Take, hear what autistic people have to say about it. I saw it referred to as neurodivergent minstrel. Yeah, so it's been called autistic blackface. It's been called a minstrel show for autistic people. And that's not 100% inaccurate, you know? Because it doesn't affect me. But, like, look how hard that she is pulling this face and doing the hand things. Like, it doesn't come naturally to her, so she has to take extra effort to try. And so that's why people look at that and be like, and are like, really? You know? I mean, hell, here's the thing. You'll always find people that aren't offended by something. You'll always find there'll be some people that aren't offended by black and white minstrel shows. You know, that doesn't mean that it's not offensive, and it doesn't mean that there aren't, like, loads of people that do find it offensive, and you can't use the fact that some people aren't offended by it to say it's not offensive. You know, you need to kind of break it down and look at the bigger picture. Me personally, that doesn't mean that I can't recognise that this is offensive. Yeah, and I think that's very important to the argument I'm making, is that just because it doesn't affect me personally, that doesn't mean I can't necessarily go, you know, maybe don't do that thing, Sia. You know? Line, I've not seen a single autistic person express anything other than contempt for this movie and this representation. Okay, so let me clarify that comment. So what I mean by this representation, I don't mean the fact that it's a non-autistic actress, because, you know, a lot of autistic people were like, yeah, it's cool, that's fine, we don't have a problem with that. What I mean is the way that it was done. The representation as it is in the movie. I've not seen... Well, I've seen a couple of people be like, oh, I'm not offended by this, people are being ridiculous. Okay, fine, whatever. But the overwhelming majority, by a huge margin of what I've seen, is people going, yeah, this was shit. So I feel like I'm kind of justified in saying this. And given the reactions of some of my fans who are on the spectrum themselves, I think I'm in good standing to say that this is, to put it mildly, problematic. And this wasn't me going like, oh, I have autistic friends, therefore I can... The point is, a lot of autistic people were saying, this movie is bad, this representation is bad, can you please cover this? Or, oh, you're covering this movie, I'm really excited and looking forward to what you have to say about it. And I talked to autistic people, both like in DMs and in my Discord server, and I watched this movie, and some people I watched it with were autistic. And so I got a range of, you know, I tried to get some feedback about it. And I asked people who are autistic to basically give me their experience, you know, tell me their experiences of the movie, what they thought about it, and why did they think it was bad? What is it about the movie that's bad? So, yeah. The character... So at least I tried, you know, which is more than Sia did. Is a walking stereotype, having features that individual autistic people can have, such as being non-verbal, being sensitive to stimuli, having repetitive vocalizations and hand movements, and so forth. But it's rare for anyone to have all of the characteristics music does, and of course they don't come naturally to this actress, which is why it's considered an insensitive caricature. But here's the thing, she's doing it like, she's doing that all the time. It's it's very common for the actor to be doing that. The character, sorry. And like I was saying, even people that are non-verbal, it's very rare they do it this often. And the reason that it is a stereotype is because it has all these features, but it's not really a realistic representation of a typical non-verbal person. And also, yeah, because it's played by a non-autistic actress. They don't come naturally to this actress, which is why it's considered an insensitive caricature. It's like when Cartman was trying to fake his way into the Special Olympics, except there he was clearly meant to be in the wrong. Yeah. Cartman! Like, that's the first thing I thought of when I saw this movie, is it's Cartman in the mirror doing those faces and being like, you know, because he was meant to be, you know, he was meant to be in the wrong there. It also reminds me... And then Simple Jack, a bunch of people brought this up in the comments section. What was kind of interesting about looking at the comments while the video was going live was that a lot of people were anticipating things I was gonna say in the video. Like, oh, this is like Simple Jack from Tropic Thunder. And a bunch of you guys in the chat have already said this. Me of Simple Jack in Tropic Thunder. Except the whole point of that was to take the piss out of able-bodied actors who play disabled parts. The exact thing that this movie is doing. Yeah, do I really need to add a comment to that?
Though unlike that time Gary Oldman played a dwarf in Tiptoes, yes, that's real, I even did a video on it.
Yep. So, just to give you guys, alright, so some context about that if you don't know. Tiptoes is a movie from 2003, and it's about two brothers who have dwarfism, and they're played by Matthew McConaughey and Gary Oldman. And Matthew McConaughey, his character doesn't, like, he has dwarfism, but he doesn't present, so he's normal height. No, I say normal. He's full height, right? Whereas Gary Oldman's character is meant to be a dwarf, and the way they went about portraying it is he wears a harness to make him hunch over and strap his legs together so that he walks on his knees. And it looks really weird because his body and his limbs are still normal proportions, but he's walking around on his knees, and it looks so bad. And the whack thing is, there are like hundreds of people, hundreds of dwarves in the movie, including Peter Dinklage, before he got famous. And you just think, why didn't they cast one of these actors to play the character? You know, it's mind-boggling. So the whole thing is just really cringe. And it's another example of a movie that tried to explore a serious issue and like be really respectful to the autistic community, to the you know, people with dwarfism, and it just backfired so hard. And the director actually, the whole story behind the creation of that movie is just such a trip. Watch my video if you want to know more. But basically, the guy who directed it, he like, in the course of a single day, he ruined his entire career. He has never directed anything since, because he went on a public rant about how the producers ruined the movie, which, unfortunately, in that industry, you don't do. So, yeah.
I doubt this problem would go away if she were portrayed by an autistic actress, but the fact that she's not makes it 100 times worse.
Yeah, so I don't think if the character remained the same as written but was portrayed by an autistic actress, I don't think it would suddenly all be okay. I think the character would still be, you know, that you'd still have issues with it. But the fact that it's not makes it like, you know, it makes it so much worse. Anyway.
I do believe them when they say they never intended to cause offense or hurt anybody's feelings, but they colossally fucked this up.
Yeah.
And it's very clear that they neither did their research properly nor sought input from the autistic community.
Yeah, it's blatantly obvious that they didn't.
Sia claims that she had two autistic people advising her at all times.
She says.
But judging by what I've seen of her in interviews, she seems to have been surrounded by yes men and enablers.
And then a few people started telling me, no, you're a director, you should do the movie by yourself, like, you should do it.
So even if this is true, they probably weren't in the best position to speak out.
So there is a bit more context to that, but basically, I get the impression that she directed a music video, and then people said, yeah, you should totally do it, So it seems to go beyond just mere encouragement and into, like, yes men territory. I'm not sure about this. I had two people on the spectrum. I'm not sure about that. Again, I can't prove that that's not true, but I don't think it's enough. Like, it's not enough to be. It's kind of like saying, "Oh, I'm not. You know, what I did isn't racist because I have black friends." You know.
So it really doesn't mean much. And as she later admitted, talking to only two autistic people isn't a good way to gauge the experiences of an entire community.
And here she says one autistic person rather than like two. So I mean, I don't know. Could be contradicting, could not be. Could be reading too much into it there.
Autism charities and advocacy groups would have been a good way to go, but they weren't consulted until after the movie was already completed.
Which is so weird. Why would you wait? If you were making a movie on, autistic people, why would you not consult these organizations first? Why would you wait until you'd already completed the movie and then go, oh, hey guys, is this movie okay? Or they said, oh, we sent it off to the Child Mind Institute. Who? You know, It's just silly, man.
They weren't consulted until after the movie was already completed, which is the backwards approach if you're trying to best lovingly represent the community.
In fact, and I think I'll take a bathroom break in a second, actually, after... Oh, in fact, now, I'm about to talk about Autism Speaks. So you know what? Yeah, I'll take a quick break. I'll take a quick break now. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, literally 2 minutes. Carry on the discussion in the chat. Yeah, and before I move on, actually, when I come back, I'll go through the super chats and stuff. All right, I will be back in a moment, my dudes. Back soon. Don't go away, please. Please don't go away. I need friends. Right, I'm back. Sort of. Just let me sit down. Sweet. Also, I got an Amazon package, which I've been expecting, which is quite nice. Right, turn the shit back on. Cool. Right. My apologies, guys. I feel very relieved. Feel very relieved now. The audio stream current bitrate. Oh, okay. Right, how's it going, guys? Lower than the recommended bitrate. Open widget. Okay, hopefully it comes back up. It's telling me the stream the audio bitrate is low. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me just fine? That's fucking weird. Why would it do that? Anyway. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I got Amazon package. Because... Did I get the milk? No, I thought streamers use diapers. Well, that's what I wonder, because, like, some people are able to stream for, like, 6 hours and stuff like that. Which is very, Yeah, I can't... I don't understand how people can do that. Cool, so that got delivered. Yeah, I've decided to start collecting and reading Batman comics. So, I don't know if anybody can see. I've got a few here. And then I ordered 2 more. I'm not going to open the package because it's got, obviously, my address and stuff on it. But the ones I have, if you're curious, are Damned, Hush, Death in the Family, And I've got in here The Long Halloween and The Man Who Laughs. I also ordered The Joker on Blu-ray because I wanted to watch it. What does my shirt say? It's you wouldn't download a Shoggoth. Where is it? There we go. You wouldn't download a Shoggoth. Which I like, and then there's like a Shoggoth. I like this shirt. Cool. All right. So before we carry on to talk about Autism Speaks and more about representation, let me go through the super chats first. Cool. Right. Maggie Dento, thank you. I can act, dance, sing, and I'm autistic. I played Peter Pan in a local play of Shrek the Musical. My 4th grade teacher slammed my hand in the door. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Ouch. What's a Shoggoth? It's a reference to Lovecraft. Yeah, it's a Lovecraft monster. All right, but you guys can hear me, though, yeah? Cool. Oh, yeah, there's a couple of D&D books as well. So there's The Tomb of Annihilation and Tales from the Yawning Portal, because I'm trying to... My current campaign, which is Descent into Avernus, is nearly ending. So I'm trying to decide what to run for them next. And I think I want to run the Tomb of the Nine Gods from Tomb of Annihilation, which is like a tribute to an expanded version of the Tomb of Horrors, the classic adventure, which is being reprinted in Tales of the Yawning Portal. So yeah, that's what that is. Anyway, let's carry on. Mackenzie Fleetwood, I'm on the spectrum. Condescending triggers me a lot. Oh, sorry, I already read that. Tomai Mylin. Sorry, I got that wrong. Sia's whole relationship with Maddie is so creepy. If Sia was a dude, there's no way they'd be able to be this close. 'Tis coming from a lady. I kind of agree with that. Yeah, I think it's kind of weird. It is weird, and I think people would be a lot more outraged about it if it was a man, even if it was a man and a younger boy, it would still be weird. Do Curse of Strahd. I love Curse of Strahd, and I do want to run it sometime, but I don't really feel like running it next. I've currently played through Tomb of Annihilation as a player, so I kind of know what it's like as a player to run it. And also, the tomb in it is really cool, so I'm looking forward to that. Anyway, Catan and Canos. I find the wig that covers her eyes combined with the bright red lipstick deeply disturbing, and I have an irrational hatred of it. Fair enough. Jesse Shodel, thank you. I hope Maddie comes out of this okay. So do I. Noda Queen 17. Imagine if they not only cast an actor with autism, but created a production environment that they could comfortably work in. Isn't that a better way to combat ableism? Well, I'll talk about it later. The Pixar made a short film, I think Sparks Films, made a short film called Loop, which is about an autistic girl, and they did it right. So I'll talk about that later in the video. King Lenny, Sia and Maddie's relationship is weird and creepy. Yep. Yeah, in half of it. Strawman, thank you. CJ, can I crush you with my love, like the guy? Yeah, of course, mate. Just don't throw me to the ground first. Stephen Warner, thank you for becoming a homosexualoid. Or a channel member. Strawman again. Also, a character name music will be tone deaf to the subject. Yep. Pretty much. Cool. Right, let's carry on then. So now we're going to talk about Autism Speaks. When she decided to present already completed, which is the backwards approach if you're trying to best lovingly represent the community. And when she decided to bring one of these groups on board, she couldn't even get that right, because she chose to work with Autism Speaks. So, this was one of the things as well that Sia basically immediately got backlash for, was working with Autism Speaks, and she also like retweeted Autism Speaks stuff. And obviously, Autism Speaks is a very controversial organisation. I won't go into details about why Autism Speaks. I would recommend checking out the Illuminati video if you want to know more. Check out this video. I'll link it. It's quite easy to find articles about why Autism Speaks is quite controversial. Description. But just know that they are extremely controversial within the autism community, and they've been widely criticised for their methods and approach. Yeah, so it's like if you're going to pick a group that if you're going to pick a group to work with and represent autism, Autism Speaks is not a great choice because they support eugenics, basically, and they view autism as something to be cured, and they view it as this scary thing that, like, ruins lives. And there's a lot, they have some quite messed up views, and a lot of autistic people do not like Autism Speaks, and some even regard it as a hate group. And so it's kind of like, if you're gonna, like, come on, if you're gonna go to any organization, like, why did you choose this one? Come on.
Think of them as being like the Peter of autism, but arguably worse. When she was told about this on Twitter, Sia's response was, "Oh shit."
I still can't get over that. Oh shit. What kind of response is that? So another thing about Autism Speaks, I'll kind of show you it. So you can see I've used it for background footage, but they used they made a video called "I Am Autism," and it shows a bunch of autistic people, and it gives this really scary voiceover about how I am autism and I'm gonna ruin your life and I'm gonna ruin your marriage and stuff. And it's like not okay. It's not okay. I think they've since taken it down and, like, disavowed it, but, like, come on. It's really cringe to watch. And it's coming from the perspective not of an autistic person or autistic people, but it's coming from the parents, other people that have to deal with it, basically. It's like saying, oh, autism is going to ruin your marriage, but it doesn't have to, you know. It's not from the perspective of autistic people, and that's why, it's... Anyway.
Community, and they've been widely criticised for their
like,
methods and approach.
How do you miss this?
Think of them as being like the Peter of autism.
Oh yeah, Peter pushes this thing that tried to link consumption of milk with autism, which is complete horseshit. But that's Peter for you. That's what they peddle in, you know.
But arguably worse. When she was told about this on Twitter, Sia's response was, "Oh shit." How do you spend 3 years...
3 years, apparently, researching means having sleepovers with Maddie and watching movies with autistic characters in them. That's your research.
Researching autism and not know that Autism Speaks is controversial.
This is literally all it took. One incognito mode search.
Huh, that was...
Come on, Sia, really? Really? You didn't do your... Oh yeah, it was Alfonso Cuarón, who's a good actor. Sorry, he's a good director. He's made some great movies. Why would he make this? You know, why would he make that? For fuck's sake.
That was easy. And when even Autism Speaks denounces your movie...
So that's funny. That's funny to me. Even Autism Speaks was like, nah, this is a bit much. You know? Jesus Christ.
Movie, you know you fucked up. But like I said, they clearly didn't do the proper research. Sia said that she was inspired by and wanted to recreate older feel-good movies like Rain Man.
Yeah, so this is where a lot of the feel of the movie comes from, is that this is what she was going for.
I wanted to make it like the old movies, you know, that like Forrest Gump and Rain Man, and, you know, I short described this movie as Rain Man the musical.
Right, so,
but with girls.
You were trying to emulate older films that had non-autistic or non-savant or whatever. Well, okay, Forrest Gump probably isn't autistic, but like basically you have I don't want to say able-bodied, but you know what I mean. Okay, from a different era. Okay, the problem is here that things have kind of changed. Standards have kind of changed. Like, more people are kind of saying like, maybe this isn't what we should be doing, and now the priorities are different. So you're trying to go back to a different era, but without addressing the concerns that have changed. It'd be like trying to make... I mean, you couldn't make a black and white minstrel show today. You couldn't do it, you know? I'm not saying those movies are like black and white minstrel shows. I'm saying priorities have changed, and the way that what people want from movies has kind of changed. And it's important to recognize that if you're going to make a movie like this.
But Dustin Hoffman worked with autistic men and their families for over a year in order to better understand their experiences, as well as spending a lot of time with the savant Kim Peek, the inspiration for his character in the movie.
So, it's been a long time since I've seen, Rain Man, but I remember it being very good. So yeah, Dustin Hoffman, he's quite a notorious character actor. Sorry, not character actor, like method actor. So he goes to like some quite extremes in order to get into character. But he did his research. You know, he spent a lot of time working with autistic people to understand what it's like. He spent a lot of time with Kim Peek, and his character is meant to be based on Kim Peek. It's meant to be based on a specific person. So there is a little bit more leeway for him to imitate that and get away with it. No, there's no problem with liking Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump's a great movie. It just, there might be issues with it that wouldn't have been thought up at the time. You know? Anyway.
And this dedication comes across in his performance. But Maddie's research involved watching YouTube videos of autistic kids having meltdowns that were uploaded by their parents.
Which is like, you're seeing them at their worst. It's like, come on.
And I really hope I don't have to explain how messed up that is.
You're seeing autistic people like at their worst. And then basically trying to imitate it. Rather than talk to actual autistic people about it. It's just like, come on, man. Also, yeah, Dustin Hoffman is an experienced actor who knows what he's doing. And the character was written and performed in a respectful way. But this character wasn't. And there's a big difference.
And Leonardo DiCaprio's performance in What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
Now, as soon as I read that, I was just like, are you fucking kidding? Like, this is one of those things where the movie, I thought I was just going to be able to talk about a few things, but the more research I did, the more stuff came up, and the more stuff that you kind of actively, you just hold your head in your hands and you just go like, what were they thinking? You know? Fuck's sake.
Except his character isn't even autistic. He appears to be developmentally disabled, which is not the same thing. But even if his character were on the autistic spectrum, that's a terrible way of researching how to play an autistic person.
I mean, I think I've only seen clips of the movie, I have to say. I've not seen the whole movie. But from the way I would interpret it is he's developmentally disabled. He's not autistic. Again, that's my opinion. I've heard people online say different things. Some people say that he is meant to be autistic. Others say no, he's not. And I don't think the movie makes it clear what it is. And reading the Wikipedia description, it didn't say what it was. But this isn't non-verbal autism. And this is a terrible, because you're learning how to be an autistic person, play an autistic person by copying somebody who is imitating an autistic person, or not copying or not imitating an autistic. You know what I mean? There's like degrees of how bad this is. You know.
That's worse than watching Keanu Reeves in Dracula in order to learn how to do an English accent.
Of course,
I just wanted to throw that joke in there,
but
it's true.
Inquire, what in fact happened to Mr. Renfield in Transylvania?
So the whole point is he's doing a really shit English accent. But if that's how you learn how to do an English accent, that's a terrible way of doing it, because you're copying somebody that is doing it wrong. Basically, that's what you're doing.
Why didn't they spend more time with more people who were actually autistic? Would that have been so hard? This approach also explains why, despite the movie's
I just realised I need to change these timestamps because I didn't factor in the fact that I've added this message at the front, so the timestamps are slightly out of... it's fine. It's close enough, right?
And all this talk about representing autism, music is not actually the focus of this story. Her entire character is being autistic. In fact, she isn't a character, she's a prop.
Yeah.
She serves as a catalyst for change in other...
Okay, so what aspects of her character are there? I mean, she likes eggs. and she likes having her hair braided, and she likes dogs. You know, there's little things, but like she doesn't have any agency, and that's what I think is important. And she's more of a prop for the characters that aren't autistic. And that's a major problem with the movie, is that she is kind of sidelined in favor of the non-autistic characters. Like she's a crutch for their development, and like they become better people by looking after her, and that they go through redemption arcs and stuff through her. But the arc that she gets is what arc does she get? Oh yeah, she learns to sing in front of hundreds of people, which, by the way, that arc, I talked about that earlier in the stream, but it's quite abrupt. What else does she do? Oh yeah, she gets a dog. That's her arc, is people helping her. Yeah, people helping her. That's her arc. That's it. Ugh. Big fan, love your work. Thank you very much, Bomber.
Others, but remains more or less the same herself. She exists pretty much solely to facilitate the relationship between Zoo and Ebo, and is treated more like a pet than a person with autonomy. There are several scenes where...
Won't it be just enough to affect the warning? Oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, shit. You're right. Oh, fuck, I'll have to check that later. I think I added... Actually, hold on. I think I added... I'll need to check that, because the next section starts at 24:39. Let me give a brief warning in case it does come up. Oh, fuck, it kind of does. Where is it? Where did I put it on screen? Oh, fuck. Did I fuck that up? Yeah, I did. Oh, fuck's sake. Fuck. Okay, shit. Okay. Right, what I'm gonna have to do then, fuck. Okay, what I'll have to do is I'll have to edit the description to say, oh, fuck, I got the timestamp wrong, so skip to further along if you don't want to see it. And I'll adjust the time of this so that it starts in later. I mean, it's only a couple of seconds right at the end, and there's no sound, but it's like, for fuck's sake. This is what happens because I was so you know what? I was so fucking angry about everything that happened that I just stuck the warning on the start of the video and then just rendered a new one. No, I'm not re-uploading the video again. I'm not doing that. I'm not going through that again. No. I will add I have to add it after the Raycon thing, but I'll add a note saying timestamp in the video is wrong. Skip a few seconds ahead. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, I can't do it while I'm on stream. But I will do it. I'll do it when the stream is over. Let me make a note of that. Hold on. Yeah, I could have put a YouTube annotation in the video, but YouTube have taken them away for some bullshit reason. Anyway, I'll adjust timestamps. Add warn. Oh, fuck's sake. Add. Right. I'll add a warning afterwards. Yeah, I was so mad about it that I just didn't think it through. Yeah, I'll add a warning in the description and the pinned comment. That's so annoying. Oh yeah, and in the closed captions as well. Well, it's fine. Oh, if YouTube still had annotations, I could add that in. Thanks, YouTube. Anyway, let's go back to where we were.
But remains more or less the same herself.
Thanks for pointing that out, by the way. I probably would have completely missed that. It's just like, for fuck's sake, you know? Like, I go to that effort of putting in the warning and everything, and then because of this, I get it wrong.
She exists pretty much solely to facilitate the relationship between Zoo and Ebo, and is treated more like a pet than a person with autonomy. There are several
that's true.
scenes where other characters minimize or downplay her agency. At one point, Ebo, who is supposed to know what he's talking about, says that she's incapable of change.
I'm not saying she doesn't want to change. I'm saying she can't change.
Which is a horrible way to think about anyone, especially since you're the one who's supposed to know how to take care of her. What the fuck?
So Ebo is meant to be the... I mean, if you want to say he's a magical Negro character, that's a whole nother thing. But he's meant to know what he's doing, but he's very condescending towards her at multiple points, and Zoo kind of follows his lead. And yeah, the movie kind of treats her as this dumb little kid who's like, I need help with everything. You know, it's just so condescending. Like, she's not just... Well, I'll get into this, but she's not just an object. She's like a child. It's a horrible thing to say because it's not even true of autistic people. They can change. It's just they might need, you know, change comes more slowly. Well, there's ways of dealing with it. You don't just go, yes, you can't change. Oh yeah, and this, you know what? I'm going to play this clip in context.
This interviewer even inadvertently likens music to an object, and Sia does nothing to correct her.
Right, so I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this in context from the interview itself. It's around here somewhere.
Fact that she can in a way by saying that you're trying to collect a bunch of pain pills to send to Haiti where people are suffering.
So this is about Sia's cameo in the movie, by the way, where she's like a pop star who wants Zoo to buy drugs so that she can hand them out to kids in Haiti because there was an earthquake and they need surgery, but they don't have painkillers there. It's really weird.
And you're like, Pop Stars Without Borders, like as if that's like a thing. It really is kind of brilliant. And another thing I have to say is that the fact that Kate Hudson, and again, I'm not giving anything away, you cameo in the movie. Kate Hudson her character realizes you're in the room by seeing your wigs, which I think is so interesting.
Oh yeah, she goes, is that a Sia wig? Is that a Sia wig? Is Sia here?
Because it's like a layer of a relationship, a wig, you know? And the fact that she can see through that there's a person underneath it is almost like a parallel to the main story here, which is here's this person who can't speak. You know, she might as well be like an inanimate object like a wig, except there's so much going on in there. Yeah. So sorry if I'm reading a little too much into it.
You are, but I love it.
Oh dear. Wow. Okay, Sia. Okay. And then, like, all the comments are just, like, shitting on this. When you get called a pure inanimate object because of your disability, you did not just compare a to an inanimate object like a wig. Oh. Wow. Wow. God, that's fucking cringe. Jesus. I mean, let's get back. So, I play a bit of that
almost
clip.
Going music in there.
This whole interview is a goldmine of cringe, by the way. But it's...
And there's... So, there's a scene... So, after Ebo restrains music the first time, she apparently likes chewing gum, so he gives her chewing gum to calm her down. And then there's another point later in the movie where she literally goes underneath a park bench and starts eating the chewing gum. Like she's an idiot. Like you're literally like she's a 2-year-old. Like you're literally treating this character like either an infant or a complete idiot, which is not. It's not how non-verbal autistic people are. It's so insulting. You know? It's just like what the fuck? You know? I mean, look. Do I need to look at this? Do I need to explain this shit at all? Come on.
Worse than music being an object, she's actively infantilized.
It's a pure.
Yeah.
In fact, yeah, I'll play this in context as well.
That's what movies and music are for. They're for you to project your stuff onto. Like one.
Well, okay, all right, Sia. Okay. No, it's a bit later. I would recommend you guys watching this interview because there's just so much like yikes in it.
Passion. There's this wide-eyed innocence.
Oh yeah, I'll go back a little bit.
In between.
Mission accomplished, Sia.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
It's so great, and I just want to say one more thing because you just brought it up, but empathy, compassion. There's this wide-eyed innocence of this character, music, that in times like this is almost like so radically different, and it's so just feels so nice, you know. Like let's get back to that.
Pure. It's a pure.
Yeah.
And that's what I've always found with the special abilities people that I've fallen in love with is this purity.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really nice antidote to like the bad vibes that we feel day in, day out. So thank you for all.
All right, where do we start? Where do you start with this, guys? Like, where do you start? You have empathy, but you don't actually go out of your way to talk to autistic people about this. You do. Oh, for fuck's sake! It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so condescending and belittling to people with autistic people. First of all, just because you're autistic doesn't mean you're innocent. Like, you can be a fucking asshole and have autism. Autism doesn't excuse you being an asshole, you know? And it's so, like, people, like, autistic people, I think deserve to be treated as people and called out on bullshit behavior if you know, if it's bullshit, but also respect them as people, you know? Don't treat them as, like, children. That's what this is. This is treating them as, like, innocent children. And autistic people are not there to make you feel better about yourselves. They're not there to be an antidote for the woes of this world and make you feel better about yourself. You fucking hack. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, special abilities. Special abilities? How condescending is that, man? Fucking hell. Do you guys want me to go through this interview after I'm finished with this video? Because I could. I could do it. I'll see how I feel after I've finished. I'll see how I feel after I finish the video, because I might be tired. And I need to do the subtitles for the video, and I need to adjust that timestamp, because I don't want anybody to get, you know, triggered. I don't want anybody to get hurt, you know? So I need to sort that out. Yeah, they're just romanticizing autism. That's exactly what it is. And that's not... I say this in the video, but it's kind of the opposite. You know, it's not it's not dehumanizing, and it's not like insulting, but it is. But it's the opposite end of the scale. It's not like... It's not... What's the word? It's not a hit piece, you know. It's not demonizing autistic people, but it's the opposite. It's insulting them in a different way, and it's no less acceptable, really. You guys want me to go? I'll go through it if I have any energy left. I'll go through it. All right, let's carry on.
That's what I've always found with it.
Music is portrayed as innocent and childlike, and in line with Sia's assertion.
Yeah, so after she has these meltdowns, they give her like chewing gum or ice cream or whatever it is, and she's just immediately okay. Right? Do you know how? Oh, I mean, we're going to talk about those scenes later, but we're going to talk about those scenes later, but But in both cases, they do the restraints, and then after the restraints are over, music is kind of like immediately fine, pretty much. Which, I'm sorry, but most autistic people, after being restrained like that, they don't just snap out of it. You know, it takes them a while to like... This just gets so many things wrong about autism. It just gets so many things wrong.
About her having special abilities, she sees the world in a fantastical way, and this is the justification for the music videos that intersperse the film.
Yeah.
Which are supposed...
So this is the justification for it.
To represent her interpretations of reality.
Yeah. So it's meant to represent like the way that she deals with stimuli, I guess, the way that she thinks about things. But it's like magical. It's like she's some kind of fucking pixie, you know, which is just so... Do I need to explain what's wrong with that? Look, it makes her look delusional. It makes her look like she has some kind of mental illness. But that's not what autism is. You know, even non-verbal autism, that's not what it's like. Nah.
After all, this is a musical, which is kind of weird because Sia repeatedly says she hates musicals.
Yeah.
This is not when no one's breaking out in song.
I literally hate, loathe musicals.
And so she says this in like 3 different interviews that I watched. Oh, I hate musicals. I'm like, okay. So to give a bit more context to that, she seems to say that when she views a lot of the musicals she watches, she doesn't enjoy. She doesn't like a lot of musicals that she's seen. But she was originally going to make the film as like just a normal drama film, but she was told by various people, no, in her words, you're an idiot if you don't make this a musical, because obviously Sia is known for music and the music videos, and she has this weird stylish thing going on. And so not only did people say you need to make this a musical, but she was given another $10 million in budget in order to make it a musical. So the budget went from around $6 million to about $16 million just for them to make it a musical. So she wrote an album, and the album was released separately to the movie, and then the movie is interspersed with these musical bits. And there's a few problems with these. One, they overstay their welcome. Like, some of them definitely overstay their welcome. They are full-length songs in the middle of the movie, and it's like, okay, this has been going on for 3 minutes now. Like, come on, can we not? You know. Oh, and yeah, the strobe lighting, which I'm going to talk about in a sec, and obviously the bright visuals. But again, I'll talk to that in a sec.
And that comes across as the songs overstay their welcome and none of them really stand out. Oh, and there are multiple scenes involving strobe lighting that could cause seizures in people with photosensitive epilepsy, even within the first 30 seconds of the movie, with no warning. So yeah, thanks for that, Sia. Good job.
So, alright, so for this bit, it's the opening scene, and it starts within 30 seconds of the movie, and it's meant to represent music struggling to control her own body, and then suddenly she starts like going, rah, 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 and the lights are flashing brightly and up and down, and the camera angles, the shots are changing really quickly. So it's not just the lighting, it's also the camera angles, and it's really quite dramatic. But the problem with this is, people with strobe who have sensitivity to strobe lighting are gonna, might be affected by this, and also a lot of people with autism, a lot of autistic people have, they're sensitive to stimuli like this, And so it's basically like hitting them with all this right at the start of the movie with no warning for a movie that's supposed to be about... It's supposed to be for autistic people, and it's supposed to honour autistic people, and this is what you do. You know, it's like... So I couldn't... With this scene, it's a little bit slower, so I was able to slow it down. But with this scene, it was so rapid that even if I stretched the clip out as slow as I could in the editor, it still flashed too often, and I wasn't really comfortable with it, you know, with it staying there, you know. Sorry, I wasn't comfortable having it in because I thought it might still be, you know, might be triggering. Anyway.
With no warning.
Yeah, no warning, either in the film itself or on any of the store pages. I checked Google Play, iTunes, Amazon Prime, and nothing. There's nothing there.
So yeah, thanks for that, Sia. Good job. Oh, and a lot of autistic people have...
And yeah, it's not even like they build into it at all. It's just like immediately, boom, there it is. Cool.
Issues with sensory overload. If there's a lot of stimuli coming in, it can be very difficult for them to process and sometimes very distressing. So, if you...
Even for me, and I don't have issues with this, even for me, watching that scene, it was like... It was a bit much. It's poorly edited, the lighting is poor. It's just a really terrible way of doing it, you know?
Want autistic people...
The more you think about this movie, the worse it gets.
To watch your movie, Sia... Maybe don't make the music videos really loud and bright.
And for the musicals, I wanted it to be very like high density color.
But back to
music. Yeah, so she's like, because a lot of her music videos are like that. So she's basically putting her own music videos into the film. But why? She says she had autistic people advising her on the film, and she did 3 years of research, and at no point did she think that scenes like this would maybe not be appropriate. You know, I'm not saying, because of course autistic people are very different, and some won't have issues with this, but a lot of them will, and so
music, her non-verbal autism is portrayed as some kind of wonderful thing, which I guess is better than demonizing it, but it's also very patronizing.
Yeah, so this is what I was saying earlier, basically.
She's like some kind of cutesy alien. Autistic people don't see the world in this whimsical way, and this is a condescending interpretation of their experience. Autistic people are just that. People, and they deserve to be treated as such, warts and all.
Okay, so I don't have a huge amount to add towards this. It's like, yeah, this is a really condescending... you're treating her as innocent and childlike. It's a really condescending way of, you know, interpreting their experience. Does she ever mention who these people are or her sources? Good question, Arthur and Lionheart. Not really, no. She says she had 2 people on the spectrum advising her. Doesn't say who they were. She says that they went to the Child Mind Institute and they said the representation was 100% accurate or whatever, but I've already talked about that. Like, it's not a very good measure of anything. No, she didn't. And then of course when she brought in a charity to work with, it was Autism Speaks. So, who are an extremely controversial charity who have some rather views on autism. So, yeah, no, not really. She didn't really talk about her sources. Anyway.
Condescending interpretation of their experience.
Yep.
Autistic people are just that. People. And they deserve to be treated as such, warts and all.
Right, so this is what I'm gonna talk about. So, yeah, just treat them, if you want to represent them, just treat them like people with maybe some different needs. You know, don't be like, look at that R word, but also don't be like, oh, look at you, you're so cute, like which is what this movie is doing. Like, don't do that. Just treat them as people who have, you know, different needs, I suppose. And this would be an opportunity to talk about Loop, actually. So Pixar and Sparks Films, they made a bunch of other short films. They made a short film called Loop, which is about and there's a screenshot of it here. It's about an autistic, non-verbal autistic girl who likes canoeing. And so she gets put in a canoe with another guy, and the guy doesn't really talk to her very well. He doesn't really understand autism, so he's just kind of like, okay, what do I do in this situation? And she's trying to communicate with him in various different ways, and she has, the stimming. She is sensitive to stimuli, and they show that quite well. And it's a very quite respectful, it's not perfect, but it's a very respectful portrayal that's not demeaning at all. And the difference here is that they cast a non-verbal actress to actually do the voice role, because it's an animated movie, do the voice role. They brought her into the studio, and they found that the studio environment was not really, it didn't really work for her. So you know what they did? Was they went to her home, and they set up in her home and recorded there where she was comfortable, and they got her mum or her carer or whoever it was to be like, okay, this is the situation you're in, how would you respond to it? And then they recorded her, reaction. So they went out of their way to accommodate the non-verbal actress. They didn't just do what Sia did, where they just went, oh no, it was too stressful, we're just not going to do it. And yes, I know it's a different scenario because it's animated rather than filming, but they at least made the effort, and it shows in the final product. So it's on Disney Plus if you want to watch it. I don't know if it's available anywhere else. Obviously, I can't show it on stream. I hope I don't have to explain why. But if you can watch it, I would, or watch the making of. The making of, I think, is on YouTube. In fact, you know what? Let me show a bit of it. Making of. Let me show a little bit of it, because it will give you an idea. Of what they did. So they worked with actual autism charities and organizations, right, to get a perspective. So she does this stimming thing where she has the phone, and she presses it, and it makes the repeated noise, which is, it's a way of stimming. And so, right, here we go. I won't enable the sound, but basically, right. So you've got, I'll go back. So you've got, right. So you've got the non-verbal actress playing this non-verbal character, right? She's in the studio, right? So they got her in the studio, and then she's like, oh, but this is, this environment wasn't great for her. She wasn't able to sort of get the line, do what she had to do. So what she did, so this is, I think, at the studio as well. What they did was, and you'll see it now, they went to her home, right? Set her up with a mic, right? Sound equipment, all that stuff. And, they said, okay, here's the situation you're in. How do you react to it? And then she gives her response. And then that's how they incorporated the lines. And look, I know this is different. I know this is not like, it doesn't compare to a full film. But as I said earlier, if you're going to say that a non-verbal autistic actress couldn't handle this environment, why don't you reflect that in the script itself? Why do you have this non-verbal autistic character wandering around this environment, without any kind of issue? It's like, you know what I mean? This is how you do it. Okay? This isn't perfect, but this is how you actually give a shit. This is how you actually give a shit. Okay? Sia. Fuck, I rip on Disney so hard. Although this is Pixar, so it's not quite the same thing. But I rip on Disney so hard, but I like this. Anyway, back to the video.
South Park, a show that had an episode called Cripple Fight, showed its disabled characters more respect than music does.
Yeah, so That's the weird thing with South Park, is that they have characters who are disabled, and I think they have characters who are autistic. I'm not entirely sure. But they use it to make like loads of jokes about people with disabilities, but at the same time they show their characters more respect than music does. The characters like Jimmy and Timmy, even though Timmy is like, he has whatever he has, and he's like, Timmy, and you know, but he is a character, and they explore that, and they give him and Jimmy, and also the characters that have Down syndrome, way more respect as characters than this movie does. And they take the attitude of you know, don't treat them any different, which I think is the right way to go. Don't treat them any different, you know. Oh yeah, they did an episode on Asperger's syndrome. That's right. Yeah. Oh, can I link? Yeah, I'll link the video. I'll link the video in the chat if you guys want to watch it. So that's the making of, if you guys want to watch it in full. Alright, after this section, I'll catch up on super chats.
Even fucking Mac and Me, one of the worst movies ever made, handled representation better than this piece of shit. How sad is that?
So it's funny because probably the only good thing I had to say about Mac and Me was that they decided that they wanted to portray they wanted to have a character with disabilities as like the main character, but they didn't want to make it they didn't want to make it a problem. Like they didn't want it to be like, oh look, here's this character in a wheelchair. They just wanted to make it like they wanted to just be cool with it. And so they did. They made the movie and they had a character in a wheelchair, and it's kind of like cool. You know? I actually like that. I think that's the only really positive thing to say about that movie, because otherwise the movie was a piece of shit. I made a video on it. It was actually my well, if you don't count Braveheart, it was my second bad movie review. I don't count Braveheart because I like Braveheart, even though it has historical accuracies and stuff. Yeah, it's my second bad movie review, which I made like almost 2-3 years ago now. Check it out if you haven't already.
Handled representation better than this piece of shit.
And
sad is that?
I just found it really funny that even Mac and Me did it better than this, you know.
And everything in music's life is sunshine and rainbows, and we don't see her experiencing the difficulties and social stigma that many autistic people unfortunately experience.
Yeah, the only time she ever does is when she's being restrained in public, and people are then staring at her, but it's probably because she was being restrained, not because of the autistic, you know, because of the episode. That's it. Which, again, she's living in this really cutesy fantasy world, but at the same time, the stuff around her that's supposed to be good is actually not. They've got it completely backwards. Her life is great, but the stuff that could be bad in her life is not, but the stuff that the movie says is good is actually bad. You see what I'm trying to say? You see what I'm trying to enunciate? Ugh. Oh, fuck. You guys hear that clicking? My arm's just like... Ugh. Right. Anyway.
The whole thing is so woefully tone deaf, which is funny coming from a musician.
What I wanted to do was like break your heart and then put it back together again.
Yeah.
And give you a Hollywood ending.
This is a feel-good fantasy, a classic example of inspiration porn that was made to make its creator feel better about themselves without actually doing anything to help the people they're claiming to help.
That we're here because...
Yeah. Actually, let me play this clip.
We care about the autism community, and we care about the caregivers, and we care about all of the people on the spectrum and all of those who are being represented in film.
But if...
Okay, right, you say that, but then you kind of do the complete opposite. See? Yeah, so, like I said, there's a TED Talk, you know, what somebody said it in the chat, I'm not inspiring. There's a TED Talk basically about inspiration porn and why it's bad, and, like, praising people with disabilities just for getting out of bed. Like, they haven't achieved anything actually noteworthy or special or anything like that. It's just like, you're just like, oh, you're not completely broken and you're not like wasting away in bed and stuff. You're actually like, oh, you got out of bed this morning. Well done. It's like, okay. It's people using people with disabilities and like autistic people as a way of feeling better about themselves. It's a different kind of condescending. And yeah, you're right, Squeenie. Actions speak louder than words. You can't say, on the one hand, yeah, this movie was for autistic people and blah blah blah, and then you can't say that and then turn around and just do the opposite. You know, like everything you did is just the complete opposite. Yeah. Anyway,
help.
That we're here because we care about the autism community and we care about the
I don't think I'm gonna have time to go through that interview.
And we care about all of the people on the spectrum and all of those who are being represented in film.
But if that was true, Sia, then you should have done your homework properly and not dismissed those autistic people who raised concerns about what you were doing.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, how can you say, oh, we made this movie for autistic people. Oh, you're an autistic person who doesn't like the movie? Fuck you! Basically, is what happened.
And there is absolutely no excuse to have included the two worst scenes in the entire movie.
Yeah.
That take music beyond just being a bad...
There's literally no excuse for including the restraint scenes. Even, you know, there's no defense of this.
Poorly researched, condescending, and offensive.
I don't care how good your intentions were. I don't care how misunderstood you were. There is absolutely no excuse. There is no excusing the inclusion of the restraint scenes.
Movie, and into actually dangerous territory. There are not one, but two scenes where restraints are used on music while she is in distress. Both of these methods, as they are depicted, are dangerous. And when I watched this with my girlfriend, who's trained in proper crisis intervention and de-escalation techniques, she was horrified.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to that, except like, yeah, I watched it with my girlfriend, and she, during the first restraint scene, her eyes just went like so wide, and she was just like, what? And because she's trained in proper care and proper standards, and she knows how to properly restrain somebody if necessary, and what not to do. And she was very helpful because she was able to point out all of the reasons for why the restraints that are used are bad, and why the way that they're shown in the movie, like the context they're given in, why that's bad.
These scenes are quite distressing, and I've been told that they can be triggering, so if you'd rather not watch them, skip to here.
Right, I need to change that. Okay, so before I talk about this, I'll go through the super chats. Jacob Butter, Alfonso Cuarón said he didn't want to read The Prisoner of Azkaban before directing it. How strange they chose him for Autism Speaks. Yeah, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Thank you, Chris. Special abilities is a good starting point, yeah. Chris again, this is just a parallel world where there is no behavioral therapy and non-neurotypical people are still called special. Dominika Golempka, thank you. Movies like that is why I think Tropic Thunder should be shown to every aspiring movie director to just temper them a little bit. I love Tropic Thunder. It's a great parody of Hollywood and of actors that really need to chill out when it comes to what gigs they pick and how they go about portraying certain roles. Tammy LT, thank you. My son picked up and put rocks in his mouth for years. I get your point, but could you consider not using the word idiot for odd sensory behaviour? What I meant, I apologise, I meant that the film makes, it's not just that scene, it's other scenes as well. The film makes music look stupid. Not just that she has the odd sensory behaviour, it makes her look stupid. And so that's the context in which I was saying it. they make her look like a child. When she's, you know, she's really not. And that's the issue. So that's the sense in which I was using it. Thank you again, Chris. Couldn't Rain Man see numbers in his head, but it's shown on screen? I don't remember it being shown on screen. Queen's Gambit, they showed the chess on screen, on the ceiling and stuff. They showed that, yeah. She researched from Rain Man. Well, yeah, kind of, but she did. She basically watched the movie and then, I guess, I don't know, didn't do any more. Thank you again, Chris. I'll watch Porygon Strobe before this. Yeah, it was as bad as it's like the Porygon episode of Pokemon, which, if you don't know, was an episode of Pokemon which had a Pokemon that basically flashes lights really brightly, and it's quite notorious because it gave hundreds of kids seizures. So it was actually pulled from circulation, I believe. Chris, again, they have Timmy, Jimmy, and someone with DD and someone with Down syndrome, but they write them as people first. They aren't their syndrome. Exactly. South Park, yeah. Vika Miskovkova, thank you very much. I'm broke, but you deserve this. Keep creating, please. Thank you very much. Let me just check if there are any new patrons to shout out. Not at the moment. I think I shouted out everybody. Cool. So, yeah, if you want to support the channel and you don't want to give YouTube money, Patreon is an option. There's a link in the description down below. And if you support me on Patreon, you get early access to uncensored versions of videos without ads or like sponsorships in them, so you don't have to deal with that stuff. And yeah, it's a way of, you know, helping prop up the channel and helping me pay rent and bills without having to worry about YouTube blacklist, you know, shadow banning my videos and shit like that. So it's just another way. Oh, thank you, the Draco chick. My half brother, who has non-verbal autism, had his hands tied behind his back once. I'd be horrified if he got pinned down like this. Right, so how am I going to do this? I don't think I should actually show... I don't think I should play the audio. I'll just show it. I won't play the clips just in case. Right, so... But yeah, if anybody has concerns about this, I guess this is a warning. Because this is what we're about to talk about. We're about to talk about the strength scenes now. So, fair warning. So, in the first scene, like I said... Music is having a meltdown because her routine has been broken, and Zoo doesn't know how to deal with it. And so Ebo comes in the room, picks her up from behind, puts her over his shoulder, carries her into the bedroom, and then slams her, like literally slams her onto the ground, like WWE fucking, like, literally slams her onto the ground like fucking WWE, and then, like, sits on top of her, legs apart, like, sitting on top of her, pins her arms down by her sides, and, like, presses her down with his whole body weight. And he says, oh, Zeus says, oh, you're not hurting her, are you? And he's like, no, I'm, in his accent, I can't do the accent. I'm crushing her with my love. Which... I hope I don't have to tell you how creepy that is. Okay. So, there's a lot wrong with this. Firstly, the over your shoulder, why would you do that? Slamming her onto the ground, you don't do that. And he's also a lot bigger than her as well, I might add, by the way. So, putting your full body weight on her is going to prevent her, it's going to inhibit her breathing, which will cause damage. She could be damaged by hitting her head on the ground or hitting her body on the ground. She could still, in this position, bite him, spit at him, headbutt him. Even though her arms are restrained by her side, her head could still move up, and his head is still very close to hers. So it's not even a proper... it's not safe for him. This is not a proper restraint technique. In fact, it's not even a technique. He's just sitting on her. And so my girlfriend, basically, she talked me through, okay, this is why this is wrong. So there are proper techniques that somebody can use in order to, like, pressure, like, restrain somebody, usually from behind, pinning their arms to their sides, or using, like, pressure pressure therapy in order to calm the person down. There are techniques that do this. But this is not one of them. This is not how you do it. And this is dangerous. And it's likely to cause her more stress, both now and in the future, like I say in the video. And the problem is they don't try to like calm her down or like get her to communicate like what it is that's making her distressed in the first place. They just immediately straight up go to like bang on the ground. It's just straight up like so that's terrible. And another thing, I didn't really mention this in the video, but what it will do is it will basically teach her that acting out like that will lead to getting slammed on the floor. And then she won't be able to express herself. And so actually it's worse in the long run. This isn't how you deal with this situation. It's not. And then, right, so immediately after, so it's over quite quickly. Oh, by the way, with audio, it's like 100 times worse because it's quite distressing. So she calms down within about 30 seconds, and then she gets up, and then he gives her like some chewing gum, and then she's just normal again. She's just like her old, just like she's calmed down. It's like no. Oh dear. Oh yeah. Some people asked in the chat where the movie is set. I don't think they ever say. I don't think they ever say. It looks like LA, but they never actually say where it is. Anyway, so moving on. So then we've got this scene, which is about 1,000,000 times worse. So what happens here is she's in the park. They take her to the park and she's walking around, and so a bunch of kids run by, and so suddenly they're making noise, and so she gets overwhelmed and she has a meltdown. So she's wandering around doing the stimming thing. And then so they run up to her and they say, like, so they don't try and calm her down. They don't try and get her to go like, oh, I'm sorry, they don't try and say, okay, what's causing you this distress? What can we do? Oh, get out of here with your Christian preaching bullshit. Fuck off. Nobody wants that. Get lost. Don't come in my stream and start your bullshit. All right. Anyway, yeah. So they don't try and calm her down. They don't try and lead her away. Ebo just immediately goes, yeah, restrain her. And she's like, oh, I don't know how to do this. And he's like, you'll be fine, just do it. And then without even him teaching her how to do it, really, she just basically climbs on top. She basically pushes her to the ground. We don't really see it. Like, from one shot to the next, music is on the ground. And then Zoo is on top of her, pinning her fully to the ground while music is thrashing around. And quite clearly in distress. And again, with audio, it's like 100 times worse. And then Ebo is kind of like right next to him. Ebo is right next to her going, yeah, good. Keep going. And, right, so the reason why this... Okay, I mean... Even as somebody who didn't know anything about autism or restraints, even watching this scene, I was like, nah, that's not okay. That's not okay. But if you know anything about these issues, you'll understand why this is really bad. So, what's happening here is she's using her full body weight on top of music and pinning her fully to the ground in a prone position. Now, what this will do is it will restrict, in addition to all the other problems that the other restraint had, it will restrict her breathing. So she won't be able to breathe properly. And the problem with this
is that multiple people, autistic people, not just autistic people, but others, have actually died because this method of restraint has been used on them. They've been held down, and people have just sat fully on them in this position. If you're held down in a prone position for long periods of time, it can be fatal. Especially if the person doing it is heavier than the person being restrained. And that's why it's so bad that they include this. And again, the context of this is extremely important, okay? Context of this is extremely important. If the movie was saying that this is bad, that would be one thing. But the movie is not saying that. The movie is saying this is okay. The movie is saying that this is how you calm her down. Because in both instances, this is the way to calm her down, and it's over very quickly. She calms down, and then she's just okay again. And after this, they give her a lollipop or a candy or something, and she's fine. This is not okay. It's dangerous misinformation. If you tell people that this is okay, if you tell people that something that is potentially fatal is okay, that's dangerous. It doesn't, like, okay, not everybody that sees this movie is going to act on it. Yes, I understand that. But the mere fact of you saying that this thing that is very dangerous is just like, okay, that's dangerous in itself. You know? Please stop that. Sia made the film not to judge, but to give autism a voice. There are several types of autism, and severe autism is represented in this. Dude, have you been watching anything I've been saying, dude? Dude, go back and watch the stream, okay? And tell me that this is okay. You cannot tell me, even if you like what Sia did, and you like the representation of autism, you cannot tell me that this is okay. I ask you to research and watch before judging. What do you think I've been doing? What do you think I've been doing? You think I haven't watched this movie? You think I haven't done my research? I don't care that you love it. That's fine. You can love it. I don't care. You don't get to say that this is okay. You don't get to turn around and say that this thing that has killed multiple people is totally fine. Go and watch the rest of the stream. Go and watch my video. Tell me to do my research. Whatever, man. Whatever. Anyway, so this happens, and that's why it's bad. It's not even so bad it's good, it's just cringy. That's all it is. Fucking trying to defend this shit. Try and defend this. Try and defend this shit. Tell me this is okay. Tell me that even within the context of the movie, this is okay. You judge by the cover. Stop saying that. Stop saying that. I've watched this movie twice, and I've done plenty of research. Don't tell me I'm judging this by my cover. Go fuck yourself. Idiot. Idiot. Anyway, moving on. So she later said that she would be adding a warning. She apologized for including these scenes because these scenes leaked, and then they caused outrage online, justifiably. And so she said, "Oh, I'm sorry for including these scenes. We will include a warning at the start of the video, and we will take them out in future, in future printings of the movie." Well, they didn't do that. There's no warning on this movie, either in the movie itself, at the start of the movie, on any of the streaming sites, not YouTube. Oh yeah, well, YouTube is one of them. I didn't check that, but like on Amazon Prime and on iTunes and all that stuff, there's no warnings, nothing like that. And the thing is, this was a digital release, so why couldn't you have just removed them? What?
But the problem is that you can't really take these out because, as they are, because the movie then wouldn't, like, you're missing big chunks and it would skip time and then it'd be like, okay, so it would be very, very, like, clunky, but this isn't, why did you film these in the first place? How could you think this was okay after doing all your years of research? Like, come on. Nah. Whatever. Anyway, so I'll skip to the end of it. So yeah, I need to adjust the timestamp by a few seconds. So yeah, why did you film these in the first place? The idea of, like, oh, I'll remove them. Why did you even put them in the initial screening? Stupid, way too late. What do you do? What were you thinking? Oh, sorry. Right.
Comes across as a massive idiot.
Right, so yeah, she clearly had no idea what she was doing and comes across as a massive idiot. People keep saying, is this worse than Cuties? I would say yes. Yes, it is. I would say it is. It's not a high bar, but I would say it is. Yeah.
And despite sort of apologising, she continued to make condescending remarks about neurodivergent people, which doesn't give me much faith.
Oh yeah, I'll pause it on that tweet.
Continue to make condescending remarks about.
So she's like, what I know is that people functioning at music's level can't get on Twitter and tell me I did a good thing either. Maybe true about some of them, but it's just a bit like, really, Sia? You're really gonna add more fuel to the fire by saying stuff like that? Come on, man.
Neurodivergent people, which doesn't give me much faith in her powers of introspection. She seems to have not known what she wanted as a director, and the way that she describes the process, it sounds like it was very chaotic and disorganized. And they spent...
So, it's not, like I say in the video, or I put a note in the video, it's not really any one specific thing that she said. It's not really any one specific thing she said or did. That it's more the way she talked about the production process in general. People saying Cuties is worse. No, it's not. This is worse than Cuties. I'm sorry, but it is. Cuties, yeah, it had it had the kids being sexually suggestive, which was really bad. Really bad. I'm not excusing it. It was, other than that, an okay put together movie. I didn't really have any massive issues with it as a movie, apart from that. This is a terrible movie in its own right. It's really terribly, poorly put together. And this is actually dangerous. This is dangerous. Because at least Cuties was... at least it was condemning it. It was hypocritical about it, but it was condemning it in the end. The context is important. This is saying that dangerous things are totally fine. That's why this is worse. No, like, the only argument I've ever seen for, like, Cuties is worse is just, oh, it had children doing suggestive things, which, yes, is bad. It is bad. It is not worse than this.
The process, it sounds like it was very chaotic and disorganized, and they spent 4 years re-editing this to get something that she considered worth releasing.
Yeah, so, anyway, going back, yeah, it wasn't really any one specific thing that she said, so I couldn't really put a quote in the video, but it's more the way she talked about it in general. Just maybe because she seems to waffle about it, and yeah, she seems to kind of waffle about it and don't compare the, well, yeah. But the problem is that the people have said, I'm saying it because people have asked me if this is worse than Cuties, and people are comparing it to Cuties and saying that Cuties is worse. And I'm giving my opinion. I'm giving my opinion that I think this is worse because this is more dangerous. And the way that it presents its subject matter is arguably worse. Doesn't mean that Cuties isn't bad, okay? But that's a separate issue, okay?
And they spent 4...
Like, it's not a case of, like, oh, I think Cuties is good. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying this is worse. My opinion, you're free to respectfully disagree.
4 years re-editing this to get something that she considered worth releasing, which is just solid proof that no matter how hard you try, you cannot polish a turd. And no matter how you look at this, it smacks of being a vanity project. It should come as absolutely...
Yeah, absolutely true. So let's go... I'm gonna move on from that topic now, because you guys feel free to disagree. That's fine. They're both bad. I'm gonna move on. I'm not gonna say any more about it. You understand my point. So yeah, they spent 4 years re-editing this movie in order to get something that they consider worth releasing. So basically, the way she describes it is she kind of went through different editors and she tried to like, they tried to, they couldn't find an editor to make something that she apparently she hated the editing process. She hated that, and she found it boring and stressful, and so she basically couldn't find an editor to do it right. So they spent 4 years re-editing it in order to get it to the state that it's in at the moment, and it's still absolute garbage. It's still like terrible. So yeah, you can't polish a turd, I guess.
And 4 years re-editing.
Yeah, they're both bad in different ways. Like, there's no point comparing them. They're both bad in different ways.
This to get something that she considered worth releasing, which is just solid proof that no matter how hard you try, you cannot polish a turd. And no matter how you look at this, it smacks of being a vanity project.
Yeah. So I mean, at the end of the day, good intentions aside, there's definitely a degree of vanity in this and a degree of self-interest in this. Yeah, that's kind of undeniable, I think.
It should come as absolutely no surprise that she gives herself a cameo. As a pop star who wants Zoo the drug dealer to buy prescription painkillers off the streets so that she can fly them out to kids in Haiti who need them for surgery.
This whole
Pop Stars Without Borders.
This whole issue is...
It seems like
cameo is fucking weird. Yeah, let's stop talking about cuties now. Stop talking about it because it's done. They're two different movies. They're both bad. There's no point comparing them. And let's not give cuties any more attention. All right, that's done. But yeah, this cameo is so fucking weird. I guess she wanted to give herself a cameo in it. It's like, okay.
Who need them for surgery.
Pop Stars Without Borders.
It seems like she was trying to do a self-aware joke here, but it inadvertently makes her look even more out of touch than she already did.
It's just so strange, you know?
I asked Vince, my producer, to help me.
Why can't she buy the drugs herself? Well, what Zoo's character does is she's basically a drug dealer, so she gets drugs from her I don't know, whatever you call them, like a supplier, I guess. Then she sells them to different people. So they show her selling them to various clients, like Juliette Lewis's character, who's in it for like 2 minutes. Yeah. Anyway.
And he came and he whispered into my ear at one point, "You're coming off a little bit unlikable. Is that what you want?" And I was like, yes.
Okay. So it just makes her look more out of touch, you know?
In fact, during the course of my research, she came across as borderline delusional.
I really believe we ended up with the best film because we came to work every day with good intentions. That this will be my final big hurrah. Like, I'm so proud.
What
a statement. You know, what a statement to make. What a statement to make. So yeah, she just comes across as like, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. Like I mean, I don't know, I'm not going to start diagnosing her or anything, but she comes across like she has some issues, I think. She's they're borderline delusional, like just so disconnected from reality, you know? fuck me, man.
As borderline delusional.
I really believe we ended up with the best film because we came to work every day with good intentions.
Good intentions, like, keep repeating that. You just keep repeating that about good intentions. It's not enough. It's not enough.
That this will be my final big.
I mean, it's fine. It's better than having bad intentions, but it's not good enough. You know?
Hurrah. Like, I'm so proud.
What a note to end on. This film.
Like, imagine if this is the last thing that she ever made in her career. Like, imagine if that was it, and then they had nothing else to go on.
Film was such a waste of potential.
Yeah.
They had a great opportunity to tell a story about what life is like for a low-functioning autistic person with echolalia, to show us how such a person could learn to express themselves through music.
Yeah, so, I mean, so the kid in this video I found, so he wasn't able to speak, and then what he learned that if he played music and if he sang the word, he was able to speak it and remember it. So that was it. So I think that was kind of nice. Like, why didn't they show something like that? Like, why didn't they tell that kind of story? Because they could have, and just didn't.
And say something about how autistic people are treated in our society.
Which they really don't. They really don't. The only thing they say is, Zoo is... music... Zoo doesn't know how to handle music, and so she puts her in a home, or is going to, and then doesn't. So, okay, that's it.
Instead, they present this very unrealistic, ableist, and very shallow take on this topic, perpetuating offensive stereotypes about autistic people and having everything end all hunky-dory for music, despite how grossly irresponsible and ill-informed all of the adults in her life are.
Yeah, so, like, aside from the outrage and the public perception of it, it matters because in the context of the movie itself, it portrays and spreads stereotypes, unhelpful stereotypes about people with autistic people, and says that practices that are dangerous are actually not. They're totally fine and not just acceptable but good things. That's why it's dangerous. There are few movies that actually do this. There are actually very few movies that portray something that is inherently dangerous as the good thing, as the right thing to do. And I'm not talking about movies with violence in them. That's a completely different thing. I'm talking about care, methods of care, methods of treating people and stuff like that. Like, there are very few movies that do this, at least that I've seen.
Yeah, scream your head off next to a person you know is sensitive to noise. Well done.
Yeah, I don't really need to add any more.
The autistic character they made such a big deal about representing takes a back seat to the non-autistic characters who are boring and unsympathetic.
Yeah, I feel like I don't really need to elaborate on that a little bit, but just to say, because I've already said it, yeah, Music's character doesn't really get much, doesn't get much development. She kind of gets treated as a child and infantilized and stuff like that. You know, it's... Yeah.
And the movie's other themes, like poverty, addiction, and HIV, are only explored at the most basic and unfulfilling level. Oh yeah, Ebo has HIV, but it's as inconsequential as Henry Rollins' 30-second cameo.
Yeah, Henry Rollins is in this. I guess he was just in the neighborhood, and she was just like, oh hey, do you want to be in this movie? It's like, yeah, cool. Alright, yeah. Okay.
Oh, and there's another subplot with this boy that goes nowhere.
So he, like, lives near them, and he helps take care of her, and so on, and he gets killed, and it doesn't affect anything, really, and then he orders her a service dog, and then that's how the movie ends. It's like, okay.
And I haven't even talked about the accusation.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. I don't necessarily agree with this, but people accused the movie of putting her in blackface because she had dark makeup on and the hair in the braids like it is. I personally don't see it, but that's, you know, for them to. That's not. I'm not going to get into that. That's really for. That's up to black people to decide if it is or not. I don't think it is, but that's up to them.
Of blackface, or about Ebo being a magical Negro character.
Alright, the magical Negro character, basically what it is it's like a black character who's basically exists in order to, like, be a fountain of knowledge and skill and, like, help out the white person do whatever they need to do. So that's the trope. And apparently that's what it is. According to some people, I can see this one a little bit more. Especially since he doesn't really get much development on his own. Yeah, he gets the HIV, but then they just kind of they put it out there and then they just kind of forget about it. Yeah, he dies. He gets accidentally killed because his dad, who is abusing his mum, knocks him over, and he hits like a table and hits his head on the table, and then he dies. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. It's just like, cool. And yeah, it doesn't affect like anything else that goes on in the movie. It's dumb. It's dumb.
Which I myself don't see, but I'm not even touching that one.
Yeah, I'm just like, yeah, nah. This movie has so many other problems that it's just, you know, it's not worth discussing.
And there's a bunch of other stuff I could complain about, but...
Oh yeah, so various points. I've talked about the bad editing. I've talked about the bad camera work. The ADR, like the dubbing, there's a few scenes where, like this one is an example, and it's very obvious when this actor is talking. He's the dad of the kid who has the subplot and dies. And he's talking, and they dub it, I think, in English. I don't know if he's talking in his native language, but then they dub it over in English. But it sounds really... It just sounds really bad. It's really out of sync. And it's bad. It's another thing I could comment on, but it's like, this movie has so many problems that, like, who gives a shit? Who cares?
None of it matters in comparison, so who gives a shit?
Yeah.
You guys get the idea. I regularly put myself through terrible movies for a living, but I've not felt this uncomfortable watching a movie in a long time.
Probably, I said I wouldn't talk about Cuties again. Probably not since Cuties have I been this uncomfortable watching something. But at least in Cuties' case, you were supposed to be uncomfortable. Whereas with this, it's supposed to be a feel-good story about how great autistic people are and stuff like that, and it backfires so badly. I'm not going to talk about it anymore, but that was the last time I felt this uncomfortable watching something.
Don't buy this shit, not even out of morbid curiosity.
Or rent it.
It never approaches funny.
Don't spend money on it in any way. Don't do that. Oh, shit, no. I double tapped and it went full screen. There we go, back to normal.
Bad territory, and the cringe is not worth it. To offset the fact that I spent actual money on this, I chucked a bit of money to some worthy causes.
Yeah,
and I'd suggest you guys do something similar.
Because I felt bad about spending money on this shit. So
let's make some good come out of this shit show. Sometimes good intentions aren't enough. You also need to listen.
Very true.
And you need to learn.
Going beard little, I just
and
have
sometimes,
that's all
as
it
with
is.
Sia, you just need to shut the fuck up.
Which is very true.
And my mind's able to just be like,
seriously, please shut the fuck up.
Yep, and then there's the conclusion, which no, I'm not going to go through. Yay, we did it, guys. So, for those of you who came in later, the whole point of this was thank you guys for your support on the original upload of the video and the rant video that I uploaded after. Basically, the original video got shadow banned. It got taken out of search results, which I've explained in a rant video. If you want to watch that, it's a link in the description. I think, did I link it in the description of this stream? I think I did. Yeah. I'd ask you guys, please watch the re-upload. I had to re-upload it in order to get around this bullshit. It basically stalled the video that was doing so amazingly well, and it's like, you know. So thank you guys for your support. Please carry on watching, sharing, liking, all that jazz. Thank you to everybody that's become patrons, everybody who's donated and stuff like that. I really do appreciate I really do appreciate it. Let me just read out the super chats I've got. Jirji's Al Sharma, thank you very much. Sorry, I'm uni student, so I can't afford much, but your content helped me through tough times. Stay awesome. Thank you very much. Bill Paulson, your videos have made me laugh, and I'm glad of your review of this atrocity. I plan on staying far, far away. Fair enough. Thank you very much. Orc Warchief Reviews, thank you very much for your super chat. Chris, thank you again. That prone position makes me think of Eric Garner and made me physically sick. 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Yep. And NeuroPN, thank you very much for your super chat. I'm not going to read that. Hello. Come on, man. Don't do this to me. Dominika Golemka, thank you very much. Extra buck for actually pronouncing my name right. Thank you for that. Okay. I've still got a little bit of time. I'm not going to go just yet. Let's. You know what? I'm going to watch this interview for a bit.
I'm Shirley Halpern, executive.
I'll watch the interview for a bit. It's half an hour long, so I probably won't watch the whole thing. But let's see how it goes. You know, let's just hang out for a bit longer.
I'm Shirley Halpern, executive editor of music at Variety, and I'm so happy to be moderating a conversation with multi-platinum.
So this interview was before all the controversy, before the trailer came out. So yeah, that's what's happening.
About her upcoming directorial debut Music, which will be released next year. Well, let me just say, Sia, this is such an honor to have you on my computer screen. I can hardly contain myself.
Oh, it gets worse.
Is
like
so fantastic, so moving.
This interviewer
so
obviously
beautiful.
wants to lick Sia's arsehole throughout this whole interview. It's really embarrassing, actually. Like, come on.
I feel like I need to explain it because people haven't seen it yet. It's a movie that I feel like is about walls between people, between perception, between understanding. There's so many interesting things about the character Music.
I mean, I'm not sure about that. There's not that. First of all, there's not that much that's interesting about the character because she's not really given much.
Is just played phenomenally by Maddie Ziegler, who I just She
does a good job with what she's given.
I want to say she's
well, not a great job. She does okay, but what she was given was bad. And she wasn't. It's very important to stress. She was not hired for her acting ability. She was hired out of nepotism. So, yeah.
The most talented person on earth, but I think you would give her a run for her money.
I agree with you, and I believe that too. And she's also the most professional person I've ever worked with,
on earth.
And we're really close.
I mentioned this before, but adults around Maddie seem to just worship her, and it's very weird. It's very weird.
And she is so professional on set. She often does 2 or 3 people.
But yeah, we're done with my video and the discussion of my video and extra things itself. So now I'm going through an interview that Sia did, just for context for people who've just joined.
Jobs while she's being the dancer or being my muse or being the character
thank you, Maggie.
music.
She was secluded growing up. Now I'm in therapy. Oh, that sucks. Sorry to hear that.
She's a real inspiration.
So she plays a special needs child.
Someone on the autism spectrum who's quite low functioning, but she's non-verbal. She has a little echolalia, which means that she.
Okay, so a couple of people, by the way, in the chat, a couple of people in the chat said don't use low functioning or high functioning. I wasn't aware that those are bad. I wasn't aware that those are not okay terms to use. If they're not okay, I do apologize. Again, not my intention to be demeaning about about the people on the spectrum. That's not my intention. I have not been told that those are bad terms to use. So yes, if they are bad, then I will avoid using them in future.
What you say to her, but she doesn't generate her own language.
I'm glad you explained that because
you never say someone middle. Yeah, you never hear someone say middle functioning. Yeah, you're right, Dragon Fan. Oh yeah, the audio of this interview goes all over the place. All over the place. It's awful. Anyway,
it wasn't entirely clear what.
But yeah, and actually, before we go any further, thank you, Gark, for posting the link. If you guys want to stay up to date with what I'm doing, or if you want to join our community and hang out with me a bit, because I do spend a lot of time there, feel free to join my public Discord server. There is a link in the description of the live stream, and also Garking is just posted one in chat. And yeah, we watch stuff in there together, and we chat and chill. I was in there yesterday for a few hours. Yeah, we just have a nice chill place going in there, so feel free to join that. Also, if you want to support the channel and you don't want to give YouTube money, consider becoming a patron on Patreon. There's a link down below. Once again, you get early access to uncensored versions of videos without ads or sponsorships, as well as a mention in the credits of videos. So yeah, just want to say all that stuff before we go on. Oh, thank you, the Cynical Engineer. I thank you for your video, even after all the bullshit. What are the plans for the next upload? P.S. Thanks again for being an inspiration for smaller creators. So, I probably shouldn't say out loud, but so as soon as this is finished, I'm going to sort out this video, and I'm going to do the subtitles to this video. Then after that, I'm going to start work immediately on the next video, which is going to be on a sequel to a film that I've already reviewed, and it's one of my most requested reviews. It's one of my most requested reviews. I often get people asking me if I'm going to cover it, so that is what I'm going to cover next. Thank you, Chris. The way the US and the UK refer are different. Like, we do people first here, so a person with autism versus an autistic person. So that's the thing. I've been told different things. So I've been told that people with autism is fine, but then I've also been told by a lot of other people that people with autism is not preferred. Autistic people is preferred. First person language, apparently. I don't really know much about this issue, but apparently that's preferred. So, okay. Thought I'd play it safe and just say autistic people. So throughout this, I've been saying people with autism, sorry, for autistic people. I've been doing it by mistake. But my intention is, you know. Anyway, so that's, yeah, those are my plans. That's what I'm doing.
The, you know, prognosis for it?
Yeah, it's there. Maybe it was because I was scared. Maybe it's because I was scared that if I made it clear what her diagnosis was, that then I might offend somebody. But which then I learned that there is no two people on the spectrum that are the same, that autism comes in absolutely every shade.
Which is true, yeah. And
that when we sent it off to the Child Mind Institute to see whether we'd done a good representation, Maddie scored 100%.
Again, this is worthless. Wow.
Both of us cried on that day. Because she had, the day before...
She seems to cry a lot.
Well, she came for a rehearsal. It was the first rehearsal, and Kate was a little bit late, and Maddie arrived, and she was living across the road from me at the time.
Right. This is the story again.
I could see something was wrong with her. She was pale.
There is no consensus. That's one thing I very quickly learned, is there's no consensus about the right words to use. You know,
just unlike herself. And I'd known her since she was 11, and she was 14 now. And I was like, honey, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? And she just burst into tears, and she just said, I don't want anyone to think that I'm making fun of them. And I was like,
don't understand why are you
like,
why are you imitating her?
I was like, I promise I won't let that happen. And your character is based on a real person that I know. And I'm teaching you all of his utterances and all of his tics.
Right.
And
so it was so she says it was based on an autistic friend of hers, and basically just copying her friend. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like I need to go into details about the Maddie story again. Like, I've already said my piece. You know. Oh, thanks, Orc War Chief Reviews. Like Ravenloft, give the old TSR games, video games a try. If you mean like, I mean, Baldur's Gate 2 is one of my favorite games. I don't know if does that count as TSR, or are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about the board, like the settings. Okay. No, I've not actually. I've not really got much interest in going back to the really old adventures.
Representation as that I know, and also you can have Final Cut. I said, if there's anything in there that makes you feel uncomfortable, then you can have Final Cut.
And this is a good example of saying the right thing and setting the right standard. But you're saying the words, but the situation itself renders them null and void because
the actual situation that she's in means that she's not going to she's not going to do it. She's not going to do that. Like, she's not going to feel comfortable doing it, probably. And so it doesn't really mean anything in the end. If you wanted to help her, you should have not. If you wanted to help her, you should have taken her out of the movie. Not put her in the movie.
Wow, that's an amazing relationship between director and actress.
Weird.
I just would never ever.
Amazing is not quite how
she lived a life of stress. Like, her childhood was the most stressful childhood any child should ever have to live.
You're not making it.
When I met her when she was 11,
you're not making it better.
and I felt compelled to rescue her from that life.
Wow.
And
compelled to rescue her. So the thing is, Maddie, so she was in Dance Moms, and that's how she first got on attention. And she got put under a lot of pressure while she was on that show, and you can see it. There's loads of clips and stuff of her like crying and having breakdowns, and the woman who was in charge of Dance Moms was oh god, she's just awful. And there's also that scene where she forces Maddie to kiss her on the lips, which is really, and Maddie was like, what, 8 at the time or something? It's just fucking weird, you know? Ugh.
Protect her. And yet somehow it's almost like I threw her to the wolves by accident.
Yeah, you fucking did, didn't you?
We didn't think Chandelier was going to be that famous.
Oh, she's talking about Chandelier, right. So she put her in the Chandelier video, and the Chandelier video now has like a billion views. So it gave her and Maddie a lot more exposure. So yeah, that's what she means by throwing her to the wolves, which is kind of funny she's saying this about that, but not about her playing the autistic character. Oh, thanks, Zim the Despot. Autism isn't something that I find as much of a disability. I say that because one of the most knowledgeable in my field of study, animal veterinary science, is autistic, Dr. Temple Grandin. So my girlfriend actually told me about her and about the film that was made about her and said I should check it out. Apparently, she's very controversial, Temple Grandin. She said, like, I could be wrong about this, but she said something like, she supports a form of eugenics, I think. I could be wrong about that. But I've been told that Temple Grandin, the movie, is a much better representation of, autism than this is. And I would argue, actually, Dance Moms I'd argue that Dance Moms is worse than Cuties, to be honest. I think it did far more harm to the girls involved in it, and equally, it's good. Nope, not going to talk about Cuties anymore. Done. I hate Dance Moms. It's such a bad show.
And we didn't think that but we loved working together so much and it was magic when we did, that she ended up being my full-time muse. But I always said to her, I didn't want to be famous, and I hired you.
Welcome
and I thought
back,
I was going to be hiring different people every time for every video. But you got to tell me if you want it to stop, because it stops. Like, I feel responsible for your fame, and it's her fame. She's really famous amongst the little kids.
Yeah, you helped with that, I guess, but you made it worse. Oh yeah, Toddlers in Tiaras, that's worse. Yeah, that's the worst show. But I mean, again, we're comparing bad thing to bad thing, you know? How helpful is it really? Anyway, I'm just going to go back a sec.
It stops. Like, and I thought I was going to be hiring different people every time for every video, but you got to tell me if you want it to stop, because it stops. Like,
but again, she's not going to tell you that because she's a little girl. She's a young teenager. She's not going to turn around and be like, no, I don't want to do this. When she's had adults her whole life tell her, you know, around her being like, no, this is what we're doing. Nah.
I feel responsible for your fame, and it's her fame. She's really famous amongst the little kids, and so like I pay for her security and everything because she has real threats, you know.
Wow.
And it's because of me.
She's paid for her security.
And here's me, you know, trying to avoid all of that.
Hold on.
And then I inadvertently I threw Maddie to...
I'm attacking Sia because of my personal opinions. No, mate. No. You have no idea what you're talking about. No. Don't even come at me with that. No. Educate yourself.
To the wolves, I think, is how I see it. But I also just tell her every day, if she ever gets tired of it, she can just stop. And that she's talented enough that she can stop for 2, 3, 5, 10 years.
I mean,
and if
that's
she wants
true,
to come back
yeah,
later,
but again, she's surrounded by people who are basically telling her, like, and giving her these things. And, like, young girl, like, what young girl doesn't want to be famous? What young boy doesn't want to be famous? And you give them the opportunities to do it, and they're going to do it. And you put them in an environment where you put them in an environment where you've got a bunch of adults around her telling her, this is, hey, here's what's going on, here's what's happening, blah, blah, blah. And that pressure and that influence, it is a lot more powerful than, at face value,
She still can because she's that talented. That's what I tell her.
Wow. Well, I don't want her to stop. I want her to work her little ass off.
She doesn't want to either.
Yeah, exactly. The world will be a better place.
She said I was built for it. I love it. I'm fine.
Well, there you go. And she's gonna, she wants to do it, and she's gonna say that anyway, even if, even if she did want to quit, she's not gonna say it. It's not worth that much. You, as a responsible adult, shouldn't put her in this situation.
So
great.
Like, some people are built for fame and some people aren't, and I'm just one that's not.
Well, let's talk about the genesis of the movie, the idea. How did this germinate?
Well, I guess it might have been maybe 15 years ago now that I just bumped in just this short story.
It's like a bunch of plushies stapled to her head.
Wrote it down, and then over the years, I had this fantasy of making it, but I didn't think I was a director, and then
I swear, like, the defenses I've seen is like, oh, don't bully her just because you don't like her opinion. Don't you don't like this movie, well, that's just your opinion. I like the movie. I don't care if you like the movie, that's fine. But don't tell me the stuff that happens in the movie and the things surrounding the movie. Don't tell me that's fine. Don't tell me that's fine.
And then I co-directed Chandelier. I directed
I don't care if you don't personally care about it. Because you'll always find individuals who personally do not care about something. That means nothing. All right?
Video a long time ago, just by myself. And it was okay. And it was for a song called Pictures, which was very old, before I was very successful. And then it was an okay video. And then I recorded Chandelier, and I co-directed it with Daniel Askell.
Co-directed Chandelier.
And I was sort of unsure, am I just a singer with good ideas, or am I a director?
Okay, so this is when she starts to, like, going down the trail, I guess.
Never sure. And so I kept Daniel around.
Oh, thank you, Dexter Travis. The Olsen twins used to say they love work too. Yeah, and look what happened to them. It's so weird to think that Elizabeth Olsen is their younger sister, and you really don't hear anything about them anymore. Oh, fuck, I double-clicked again. No!
For all of the music videos because I wasn't confident. And then a few people started telling me, no, you're a director, you should do the movie by yourself, like, you should do it. And
so there you go.
I was very scared. But then the people that told me that they thought I was a director who I'd worked with as a director, so Shia LaBeouf and Lena Dunham, I'd worked with them before. And
Shia LaBeouf and Lena Dunham.
And Dallas, my very best friend, who's the greatest cheerleader of all, and also my
Shia LaBeouf and Lena Dunham she worked with, and she said they were great, and they said she was great. She really, she certainly can pick her friends, can't she? Shia LaBeouf and Lena Dunham, fuck me.
Co-writer in the screenplay. They all said to me, "No, you're a director. You're a director," and I was like, okay.
There you go.
And it was really a baptism by fire because.
So they can't. So these people around her are kind of enabling her. Yeah, there's friendly encouragement. That's one thing, but like, I think it goes beyond that. Honestly.
I thought, well, look, how hard can it be? It could just be like making a music video, but every day for 40 days. and truly, it was. I mean, there's, it's different in the sense that it's a narrative, but all of the musical sequences were.
Shia's reaction to Sia, do it! Which is funny because now Sia has come out and said, now she says that she was in a brief relationship with Shia LaBeouf and he was abusive to her. So she's come out and said that. Which sucks, by the way. It sucks that happened to her. I'm not going to say it isn't.
Like making like what I had done for my tour videos with different actors.
Hollywood cronyism. I think you're right. You're right, Voxis. That's what it is.
And so I don't know. I just got the courage up. I just got divorced, and it was a horrible, horrible, painful relationship, and I had lost.
I mean, okay, I'd say yes. She's, I mean, that sucks. Like, I'm not saying that's not a problem, and it's bad that she went through that. The thing is that a trend that I'm seeing with her is that she will often play the sympathy card when she's being criticized for something. And she will very often deflect blame, I noticed, in response to criticism. Very rarely will she admit that, yeah, she did something wrong. So... yeah, I feel like she does play the sympathy card quite a lot.
A lot of self-confidence during that relationship.
I just put the chewing gum in my mouth as soon as I get super chat. Thank you, Nicolette Horietes. I don't know how you pronounce that. Sorry. Thank you. Feels like trolls made me chip in. Been following the whole stream. You've been very clear about your perspective research steps. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. You're awesome.
And I think it was really Dallas that just said, you can do this. Because we went and saw La La Land, and I loved it.
Oh, I'm going to go back, actually. Thank you, Neuron, and sorry, CJ, about Got Go. Thanks for calling out BS, even though YouTube screws you over. Cheers. Thank you very much for your super chat, my dude. Cool.
During that relationship, and I think it was really Dallas that just said, you can do this. Because we went and saw La La Land, and I loved it.
Oh, Dallas is the screenwriter, and I just need to check something real quick. Dallas Clayton, she's talking about, the screenwriter, and he has written, before this, he's written a couple of short videos, and this was the first movie screenplay he wrote, so the two of them wrote it together. So that's who she's talking about.
He said, you could do that.
Yeah, she repeatedly says she hates musicals.
So? And he was like, yes, idiot. And I was like, okay, I needed to be spoken to like that.
Okay, sure.
So that's when I got in touch with...
he was accused of... Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I did not know that the writer of this was accused of anything. Ooh, damn. The rabbit hole just keeps getting worse and worse, doesn't it?
Actually, someone at CAA very nice, John Garvey, he put me in touch with Vincent Landay, who's the producer for Spike Jonze, who's one of my favourite directors ever, and who helped mentor me through this process.
He should have done a better job, if that's true.
And Vincent Landay had been his producer on Adaptation, being John Malkovich, Her, and...
Good films. Oh, actually, I haven't seen Adaptation. Being John Malkovich, I really like. It's a good film.
These were some of my favourite movies, and I couldn't even believe he was taking a meeting with me. And
apparently, apparently, the screenwriter for music was accused a few years ago of doing the R word.
I think another couple of years
passed.
On
stream, but you guys can work out what I mean.
A script. Then it was purely a narrative at that point.
Narrative, that's the word I was looking for. It was a narrative movie.
point because I really wanted to be seen as a director, and it was like my.
I don't object to her wanting to direct a movie. That's totally fine. But she was clearly out of her depth, didn't know what she was doing, and yes, she got help on the movie, but the people who were helping her with it obviously didn't do a good enough job. So, yeah.
Ego really wanted to be seen as like I'm a good director, and then everybody said you're a fucking idiot if you don't make this a musical.
So here's the enabling, and here's the musical part.
Like you've got a blank Scrabble ship and you're not using it. You're an idiot. And so again, I needed to be spoken to like that. So I turned it into a musical, and then we got loads more money. We went from a $4 million budget to a $16 million budget.
4 million, 16 million. Okay, and yeah, you know, I'll be clear. If you take the music parts out of the movie, it'd be like an hour long instead of an hour and a half, and it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be a good movie if you took those out. I mean, I think it would be probably slightly better just because the music sections overstay their welcome, they're unnecessary, and they, like I said, they are, you know, what's the word? Not triggering, that's not the right word, but like people with epilepsy or like, you know, autistic people with sensory overload, it can cause issues. So I guess the film would be slightly better if they weren't in it, but not much. Oh, thank you, Lady Phoenix Grey. Take some money so any other trolls in here see how much we love you and think they smell like wet cardboard. Thank you. Wet cardboard is a horrible smell. Oh, I've got these comics to enjoy. I'm really excited. Anyway.
Which is a very funny place to be, apparently, in the movie industry. You're either at 4 or you're above 30. So it was a very strange place, apparently. Although not for me, because I was like, oh my God, that's loads of money. I could do so much with that, because I've been making like shit out of paper plates for most of my career. And so,
fair. I guess she's overexcited, which would explain a lot.
I have this incredible.
I mean, if you were given $16 million to make a movie, like a small scale movie, you'd be like, oh my God, yes, you know. But you gotta kind of cool it, and I don't think she's capable of doing that.
Incredible. Like actually have like an art director and a production designer and like someone who would make the costumes. Like I felt super supported, like because I had been, you know, I'd been
enabled
doing everything myself really. And it was so great because Maddie, and my makeup artist, who's one of my best friends, she
I feel like I have to say it again. I'm from Adelaide, like Sia. We don't think like her. Please don't judge us. Like, I know you weren't, but it worries me. Yeah, don't worry. Well, let's not judge Australian people for Sia. She doesn't represent you guys.
Who's one of our best friends. She came on. She was able to come on and do all of Maddie's makeup and hair, and it was just
The Room was made on $6 million, but The Room, I love The Room. It's a great. I mean, it's not a great movie, but it's great in a sense, you know.
I don't know, family, and Kate and Leslie were so good. She was so not diva. Like I was so proud and of her as a person, because I just thought you have every right to be a fucking jerk, and you're not. And I cast all of them from Twitter. You know, I cast Maddie from Twitter for Chandelier.
So she found them on social media. Is how she found the actors in it.
I'm in Hamilton, and then so I tweeted him and said, "We want to be the star in my movie." And he said, yeah. We had lunch and he said, yeah. And then I saw Kate.
Oh man, dude, you got done so dirty, my dude. I hope his career doesn't, you know, I hope his career doesn't suffer for this, because like clearly he's a talented dude. He was probably, I bet him and Kate Hudson and Ziegler were sold the idea that this would be an amazing movie. And then imagine like seeing the end result and being like, oh no. You know,
singing on Instagram some Christmas song, and I was like, oh my God, she doesn't sound like every other white actress like who was trained at like in Broadway singing, which I hate, and I hate musicals. And
there you go, say
and
it again.
So I was like,
oh, thanks, Just Stop. Think about this: $16 million could pay for like 5 A24 movies. And A24 makes good shit.
So I tried to get a meeting with her through a mutual friend, and we had lunch. And then she said, I was born to do this role. And I said, would you cut your hair off? Would you shave your head? And she said, yes. And I was like, you've got it. You're in. Okay. So, yeah, I cast it. And then...
So a very rigorous casting process there.
The other...
Did they get the script first? I don't know. I guess they didn't.
Like most beautiful new, we're introducing a new...
And the problem is if you don't read the script first and then you sign the contract, you got to do it, even if you don't like the script.
Beautiful actor called Beto. And he plays Felix in the movie. And I found him on Twitter as well. I mean, it was just great fun. I love casting. I love designing costumes. I love designing worlds. And
it sounds like she was having a lot of fun.
I love directing.
I feel like she was kind of swept up in everything she was doing. That she didn't really... Oh, get rid of that notification. That she didn't take the time to... Like, she was so swept up in everything she was doing, she didn't stop to think if she should be doing it, you know?
I use attachment
thanks,
theory.
Chris. Moonlight only cost $3 million.
I tell them like what kind of strategies
more doesn't necessarily mean more, you know.
They have when they're in under stress or what their motivation is usually I use like attachment theory language, and so I found that to be a really useful tool.
What is that?
So okay, actually, I'll let this play.
Can you explain?
Yeah, attachment theory is attachment parenting is a parenting style. Attachment theory is a psychology that's relatively new. Like I think 84, 6. It was the first John Bowlby in the 60s. He did the strange experiment.
So I don't know anything about this, by the way, just to say.
Strange situation where he monitored babies and their mothers. And he found that there were 5 different categories that most of us fall under in stressful situations. So there is dismissive, preoccupied. It was called fearful avoidant. It's now called disorganized. I think unresolved. And then what none of us are, secure. There is 50% of the world of America, if you discount poverty, is secure. But, you know, no one in Hollywood. So...
What? No idea. I've no idea what she's talking about. So here's the problem with what Sia's been doing and with the movie. The problem is it presents a face of knowledge and it acts like it knows what it's talking about when it's really not. It's incredibly ignorant and misinformed and dangerous, but it doesn't present itself that way, and it's going to trick people into thinking that it's okay, and it's going to trick people into thinking... Here's the thing with the movie. They get some things kind of right. And so what that might do is that might trick people into thinking, oh, they got that right, so all this other stuff must be right. They must know what they're talking about. That's why it's dangerous. And so people keep saying, oh, this movie isn't dangerous, shut up. No, it is. And you need to break it down in order to understand why.
I just help, I sort of explained that.
Yeah, I've never heard of this attachment theory or attachment parenting. If you guys know what it is, let me know in the comments. Let me know in the chat, because I've no idea what this is.
And the basis of what each character was. And then that's how I kind of communicated with them about their character and what their drive was, and that they were in their strategy at that time. They were in...
It's a very weird way of doing it, but okay.
A dismissive strategy, or...
Why not just start with the character first? So you've clearly defined a character, and then you say, right, this is how the character would react in this situation. Don't use this bullshit psychology. Don't use this. Just... This is what happens when you don't have a very clear conception of your character. This is why, you know, they say in writing, you need to know, like, 10 times more about your character than you actually show the audience. And this is why you need to do that, so that when the actor is in a situation in the script, they know how the character's supposed to react to it. So this is not, no, this isn't how you do it.
Or their preoccupied strategy, and so yeah, I love psychology, and it is the most cutting edge. Like,
I don't think her laughter is fake. I think it's very real, and it's just very over the top.
It's just beginning to start taking over the world, and I adore it, and it helped me so much directing.
In addition to the narrative, there's 10 interstitials, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
It's so fun. I have to ask because, you know, some of these outfits are just like so wackadoodle, and you know, like
I'm not
I designed all of them except for but Christine Wilder, she made them all. But I did drawings of all of them and sent them to her.
It's a psychology thing. Attachment theory is a psychology thing. How a parent relates to their child predicts how the child will relate to others, sort of. Basically categorizes kids based on the relationship with their parents. Okay. So what does that have to do with adult characters? I don't understand. What?
I think mountains. She did mountains. And she definitely improved on my idea of O-body. And I love costume design. So I can't do it, I can't make it, but I can draw it. So that's what I did, and she just made them look expensive.
So I wanted to ask, like, do these visions come to you like at night or during waking hours?
Both.
Really?
Just whenever.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying about her like being impulsive and having like really weird thought processes.
Plugged in, because I watched television almost incessantly. I sleep about 7, 8 to 10, 12 sometimes hours, but all the rest of the time I'm watching television.
Like sleeping, I mean, I used to sleep 12 hours a day, but that's because I was depressed. I would depression sleep. Which is very different. But she's saying that this is part of her working process. Okay.
And I rarely leave the house, even before quarantine. And so, but for me, it's work, because that's when all the ideas come, is when I'm watching television.
Watching television is, I mean, I guess for me it kind of is, because I review stuff. So for me, watching shit is kind of work. But like, no, Sia. No.
Huh. So interesting.
That puts me into, I guess, some kind of alpha state. It's auto-regulating, and my mind's able to just be like, and then the ideas come in.
I definitely.
You see what I mean about how? Do you see what I mean about the process? You know.
I noticed a little bit of that old Hollywood dance number, kind of. You know.
Berkeley. That's all. Is that his name?
Was that an inspiration, or did that?
When I was thinking about Chandelier, it was,
even use the green
and my original treatment for Chandelier was much more Busby Berkeley. But yes, I mean, I have been inspired by his work, but not in particular in this situation. Listen,
they usually get given questions in advance while they still think if they know what's coming. Yeah.
Time to create the interstitials, the musical pieces. I would give a very loose direction to Ryan, the choreographer, and I would say what we were trying to impart during the narrative. I also went back after, at the very end, when we were editing, at the very final point of editing, I went back and I changed a bunch of lyrics of the songs so they supported the narrative. And actually that was when, you know, a person had come to
it feels very disorganized.
To one of the first cuts. And then he came to the next one and he said, why is this movie 4 times better than it was last time I saw it?
Oh, whatever. I'm going to play that again. Hold on.
And then he came to the next one. A person had come to one of the first cuts. You know, a person had come to the first. I went back and I changed a bunch of lyrics of the songs so they supported the narrative. And actually that was when, you know, a person had come to one of the first cuts. And then he came to the next one and he said, why is this movie 4 times better than it was last time I saw it? And I was like, because I think it's because I changed a lot of lyrics. Just
man, I kind of want to see the original cut of this movie now, just out of morbid curiosity.
For the narrative. And I was really scared because I thought, I'm Sia, I have to make something really good apparently, and I can't do anything mediocre. And it was mediocre for a couple of years.
It still is.
It was, and I was sick with fear.
In fact, it's worse than mediocre.
I thought, I'll just pay the $16 million back to Warner Brothers and I'll just put it on the shelf.
Right, so she was really worried about putting out something that was bad, and so that's why they spent so long re-editing it. Yeah, this is what test audiences are for. And they spent so long re-editing it to get something that she considered good, which makes me wonder what she considered bad. I would genuinely like to know, like, the original cut of this movie, like, how bad it was. Just out of curiosity. Oh, thank you, Nicolette, again. Thank you very much. Hor 8 is, she could have made a cool movie with otherworldly sets of costumes without adding the virtue signaling stuff that doesn't plot, no script writing. Yeah, there were much better ways that she could have done this, and yeah, she just didn't.
I was like, I'm not putting out anything that isn't exceptional. I'm supposed to be Sia. Like, I'm supposed to be really, really cool. And
fuck's sake. I told you guys this interview is a fucking goldmine of just cringe. So many of these statements have aged so badly. How do you... Fuck's sake, Sia.
I was really scared, so I did. It made me really sick, and I didn't get out of bed for about 3 years, except to go to the odd editing session. I mean,
now that sounds bad.
Yeah, editing's not my thing. I love prep, directing the actors,
yeah,
costume design, world design, and collaborate on the set designs, and then Ryan would go to work based on the set that we created and the song, and then I would give him some direction. But yeah, I mean,
Not
this
much
movie
direction,
would be
though.
nothing without Ryan or Maddie or Kate.
Okay. I need to go back there because there was something I wanted to say, but it just completely went out of my mind.
Directing, the acting's not my thing.
Oh yeah, she doesn't want to edit. Yeah, she doesn't like editing. That's pretty obvious. I think my personal opinion of this is that the original, what they originally shot was such garbage. It was so poorly shot, poorly scripted, all this stuff, that it was an absolute nightmare to edit together. So it was an absolute nightmare to edit together. So she'd get editors come in and the editors would try and salvage something, and she'd be like, nah, I don't like this. So they'd go away and they'd try again, and she'd be like, nah. And that went on for 4 years, I think, is what happened.
Costume design, world design,
well, I mean, it depends on the person,
and collaborate on the set designs,
part of making
and
videos.
Then Ryan would go to work based on the set that we created and the song, and then I would give him some direction. But yeah, I mean, this movie would be nothing without Ryan or Maddie or Kate or Leslie. And I think even I really loved the director of photography too. He allowed me to be experimental, a bit more.
She didn't do a research. Too right, yeah.
I think because I realized during the editing process that I had made it really difficult for the editors.
Oh, here we go. This is what I was talking about earlier.
Because I realized during the editing process that I had made it really difficult for the editors. It wasn't their fault. It was that the way I shot it was very European and freehand.
What? Oh yeah, I didn't talk about this in the video. Very European? The fuck are you talking about?
And so I hadn't made their job easy for them. So it wasn't their fault. It was my fault. It was my naivete. The first day...
I mean, yeah, okay. Thanks for admitting that.
I said, got us in a huddle, and I said, hey guys, I'm so glad you're all here, and it's nice to meet you all. I said, I really want you to come to work every day knowing that we're trying to
yes, it is my t-shirt.
Show love for all of the caregivers and for all of the people on the autism spectrum.
Yeah, here we go.
That this movie is for them. And if we can try and keep our egos out of it, that would be great. If you have.
So the movie is for them, but we're going to include multiple scenes with strobe lighting and stimulus overload. And we're not going to talk to people who are like actually from that community or organizations from that community. You know, she needed an experienced director and editor. You're right, Angela. She needed more experienced people, essentially taking more control of the process. Hand it over to somebody. You know, I mean, it sucks to do that as your baby, but if you're not up to this, then you kind of need to do that.
Have a problem, please come to me. I only had to fire 2 people.
You should know, CJ, Europe doesn't have a steady cam or tripod anyway.
Pretty.
What is a le tripod?
And as soon as anyone brought a bad vibe, I was like, you're fired. Wow. Yeah, so
as soon as anybody brought a bad vibe, they were fired. And what does that mean? Does that mean anybody who criticized? Does that mean anybody who's been a dick? Or does that mean anybody who criticized her or the movie or pointed out things that were bad with it? So I would raise a bit of a red flag there, and I would ask, you know, is there more to that?
Yeah, so
oh, fuck my voice.
I really believe we ended up with the best film because we came to work every day with good intentions.
Amazing. Well, so there's a few cameos, and you are one of them. I wanted to ask.
I'm gonna play that for you again.
Few cameos, and you are one of them.
Fucking hell.
I wanted to ask about that, but also to ask about Tig Notaro is in it as a children.
She's my friend. She's the best. Listen, I love it. I love weird casting too. Like I got Henry Rollins, who was like a childhood like idol of mine, and I just thought it was wacky. I think it's fun to get wacky, and Tig is just hilarious. You can put her in anything. And she's just, I mean, we were like in stitches. She just had twins, so she didn't remember any of the script.
Oh, I don't know
she
who
didn't
that, I don't
learn
know
the
who
script
that
at
is.
all. So all of it was like,
Well, that sounds unprofessional. That just sounds unprofessional.
What was it again? So we've only got one line at a time that we can use of her.
Oh, that's just fucking unprofessional, isn't it?
Stitches when she was doing her part as the host of the Radicals. Which is also, we carved out the Radicals because me and Dallas have been working on it for, I've got a tattoo that says Radicals TM that's like 10 years old. Because me and Dallas have been working on a children's show called The Radicals for years. Yeah, so that's, you know, that's going to be...
show called what?
Working on a children's show called The Radicals for years. Yeah, so
I have no idea what she just said. What did she just say?
Me and Dallas have been working on a children's show called The Radicals for years. Yes.
I've no idea what she said. I have no idea what she said. If anybody knows what she said, let me know. Yeah. I hired all my friends. Yeah.
So that's, you know, that's going to be a real show, and she really does want to be the host. So that's going to be fun.
Amazing.
I just chose people I admired. Henry was 2 hours early for work. Like, these people are such amazing professionals. You know, Hector Elizondo, he taught me so much. Like he would be telling me.
The Radicals is what I heard, but
in the nicest way. Like he would be like, right, so, because I would just go, okay, you all know what to do. You're all professionals. And then if it wasn't kind of how I saw it, and poor Kate got the brunt of most of my, like, and can we do another take with you? Just look, because
You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
think probably I knew that character the best in my head. I had that character so...
Radicals, Reginals, Radrigals. I heard Radicals. That's what I heard, but I've no idea. I can't imagine. Can you imagine these people making a children's show? Fucking hell.
she was so clear in my head. So poor Kate always got the most sort of notes and stuff. And you know, Leslie, I don't think I ever gave him a note, and I had to take him aside at one point and say, I just want you to know that I'm not giving you notes, not because I don't see you, but it's because you're just perfect. I was like, I just want you to know that, like,
and again, it's just the little things that she say that make me think that the process was very disorganized and she didn't really know what she was doing.
It's, I love you. You're doing an amazing job. Everyone's got an ego, and I think he wasn't complaining, but I just thought, I wonder if he wonders if he's even being noticed, you know? But I noticed that he's doing such a grounding, beautiful job. And then Maddie is the most professional person I've ever worked with in my whole entire life. I want to work with her till the day I die. I actually just keep writing projects for her so that I can keep her safe.
God, it's so cringe.
But yeah.
It's just so weird. I just can't get over how weird this is.
What about yourself? What about putting yourself in the film?
Oh, me. Oh, well, I mean, truthfully, when I was little, I thought I was going to be an actor. And then I just sort of singing in places like at the bus stop or when I was bartending, and people would say, you've got a really good voice. And then I ended up in...
I can't connect her singing voice to her. I just can't do it. Like, she just sounds so radically different.
And I was at a karaoke club and I sang karaoke, and this guy came up to me afterwards and he was like, hey, my name's DJ Guess. I really want to put you onto one of my house songs. And he gave me £50, and I was going to London the next day. And so I sang on something that was...
You see how many, like, she keeps going on tangents, which I know I do that a lot as well when I'm talking, but this is, you know...
anything I would have ever normally done. And then I got up, my cousins who were in England said, hey, there's a open mic night, you should go. And so I went, and then
I don't really care about this shit,
in the club in front of the stage, I'm with the management, and suddenly I was a singer. Amongst friends, I do like doing, you know, impressions, and whenever I tell stories or I'm storytelling, I usually play the character who I'm talking to. So I wasn't scared of it. It was just that I couldn't direct myself because I couldn't look at the monitor to direct myself. So I asked Vince,
she's talking about her cameo here,
producer, to help me. And he came and he whispered into my ear at one point, you're coming off a little bit unlikable. Is that what you want? And I was like, yes.
This doesn't make you look great, Sia, just so you know.
I was like,
oh yeah, by the way, she has like 2 adopted children. She adopted like 2 black boys when they were 18. So she actually, aside from Maddie, she has her own adopted sons. But you don't really hear about them. It's very odd. And if I'm getting that information wrong, do let me know. But that's what I've been told.
Like, I mean, I love P. Diddy and Get Me to the Greek. You know, like just absolutely, like over. Just I wanted to be a classically over the top wanker. And so,
well, I mean, and again,
yeah,
I'm not giving anything
like
away by saying that you're trying to collect a bunch of pain pills to send to Haiti where people are suffering, and you're like, Pop Stars Without Borders, like as if that's like a thing.
The thing is, like, that's something that Sia would actually do, though. That's the thing. That's why it fails.
It really is kind of brilliant.
How's my girlfriend? My girlfriend's doing good.
Brilliant. And another thing I have to say is that the fact that Kate Hudson, and again, I'm not giving anything away, you cameo in the movie, Kate Hudson her character realizes you're in the room by seeing your wigs, which I think is so interesting because it's like a layer of a relationship, a wig, you know? And the fact that she can see through that there's a person underneath it is almost like a
Okay, just to clarify, the scene is that she sees a wig on a stand, one of Sia's wigs on a stand, and she goes, oh, is Sia here? Is that a Sia wig? Is Sia here? That's what happens.
Parallel to the main story here, which is, here's this person who can't speak, you know, she might as well be like an inanimate object like a wig.
come on. How do you say that? Come on.
Except there's so much going on in there.
Yeah.
So sorry if I'm reading a little too much into it.
You are, but I love it. That's what movies and music are for. They're for you to project your stuff onto. Like once it's finished, it belongs to you, you know?
Love it. You know, what do you hope people take away from this movie? What are you trying to put out there?
I want people to know that there's somebody in there and don't talk about them like they're not there, because they understand exactly what you're saying, even if it's not in the moment. I think it's cruel to talk about people like they're not there if they're special needs in any
his outfit and hair is giving me Carol Baskin vibes.
I also, you know, it's
a lot of people said that. A lot of people said
Carol Baskin vibes. But I've always had a...
Oh, this is kind of important. Hold on.
I think it's cruel to talk about people like they're not there if they're special needs in any capacity.
Yeah, but she literally just did that. That's literally what she just did. That's literally what the interviewer did. Oh my god.
I also, you know, it's a love letter. I don't know why, but I've always had a thing for special, and they're called special abilities now, not special needs. People with special abilities, and also for the caregivers of those people. I want compassion, really.
Can you just not?
I want people.
You know how they say you should just always be yourself. Can you just not be yourself, Sia? Just please.
Show compassion every day, and and so, you know, like with this movie, I wanted to make it like the old movies, you know, that like Forrest Gump and Rain Man, and
I'd say this movie.
You know, I described this movie as Rain Man the musical
for a number of reasons,
but with girls, because there is something about this. Look,
but again, apple is an orange.
Laughter, joy, sadness, devastation. What I wanted to do was like break your heart and then put it back together again and give you a Hollywood ending.
It's one of the worst interviews I've ever seen by anybody. That really cringy Steven Seagal interview where he's just like, yeah. You know, that was less cringy than this.
I only enjoy movies that give me feelings.
I feel like she's the kind of woman that would have about 100 cats in her house, you know?
That, like, that's why mostly I watch documentaries. So my only goal was just to
if you watch documentaries, you clearly didn't learn much.
You feel like we're so out of touch with our feelings. I mean, so many of us are out of touch with our feelings.
She wants to be like,
I wish I was more out of touch with my feelings.
Fucking hell, man. We're almost there. We're almost done with the interview, and the cringe will stop. All right.
But I cry at like MasterChef Junior.
Yeah, this is fluff. Yeah, it's not a real interview. This is just it's publicity. There's no hard questions here.
So yeah, he couldn't make the carbonara sauce. He's crying. I feel so bad for him. So anyway, empathy, compassion, like Jesus. I don't know, just good vibes. Good vibes. Like there's enough violence and bullshit in the world, and there's enough like
I can't believe this woman unironically says these things. There's enough violence and bullshit in the world. Oh yeah, there's enough violence and bullshit in the world, so let's put some badly misinformed and dangerous portrayals of autism in a movie. That'll solve everything. And again, using autism as a feel-good thing to balance out all the woes of the world. It's just, that's not... Fuck off.
You know, explosions and... You know, I wanted to make an old school movie that has chiaroscuro, which is like, you know, really, it just shows black and white and all the colors in between.
Mission accomplished, Sia.
Thank you.
It's so great. And I just want to say one more thing because you just brought it up, but empathy, compassion, there's this wide-eyed innocence of this character, music, that in
this pisses me off.
Times like this is almost like so radically different. And it's so, just feels so nice, you know, like let's get back to that.
I said this earlier, but like autistic people aren't like your little cutesy pets that you can like parade in public and be like, oh look at how cute you are. This is the definition of inspiration porn, is what this is.
Pure, it's a pure.
Yeah.
And that's what I've always found with the special abilities people that I've fallen in love with is this.
Your actions matter more than your words. I don't really give a shit about what you say if the way that you act completely contradicts it.
Purity.
Yeah.
That's just fucking makes my skin crawl when she says purity.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really nice antidote to like the bad vibes that we feel day in, day out. So thank you for always bringing good vibes into our lives.
Thank you. That's my goal.
You are
thank you for letting me sniff a whiff of your farts through the screen.
Now, and I think I'm retiring. Because I'm exhausted after making that movie. That was exhausting.
No.
I'm exhausted after fucking watching it.
No, you have albums to make.
I don't think so. I'll make some songs. I'll definitely do that, but I don't think I'll ever do again or do. I'm tired.
Yeah, the interviewer sounds like she's reading. Yeah, you're right. Sounds like she's reading a script.
I'm tired, and I'm great. It's great that this is like my final. Like I've got more albums. I'll come out, of course. I've got them already finished, you know. But that this will be my final big hurrah. Like I'm so proud because it was the hardest thing I've ever done.
Wow. Well, hats off.
Oh, Jesus Christ, the Elephant Man had more dignity than this.
Kooky hat off. And
yeah, these are socks.
What?
Oh, they're socks.
And then also I have some dog toys from Tool.
This fucking woman. This fucking woman. You can't make this up. You can't make this shit up. This makes Yoko Ono seem grounded. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? We're not even done yet. There's like a few more seconds. All right, let's just get it done.
Let's see. Never cease to surprise us. Thank you so much for taking the time and talking to us.
Definitely subverted my expectations.
And we just can't wait. We can't wait till music gets out to the world. Congratulations.
Thank you, Shirley. Bye.
That's the worst interview I've ever seen. That was awful. That was terrible. Oh my god. But it's done. We finally got through it. It took us about an hour and a bit, but we did it. Fuck me. That was awful. Right, somebody asked... Oh, sorry, I'm going to go back. Cynical Engineer, you asked, would this movie have been a regular flop if she didn't use autism as a pretentious virtue signal? Okay, take out the controversy, take out the autism. It's not a good movie. It's just, yeah, it would still flop. Might do a bit on the indie circuit, but then drop off and nobody would care about it. Nobody would remember it. Nobody would care. So, yeah, if there was no autism, it would still be a bad movie. If they had cast an autistic actress, it would still be a bad movie because of the representation. If they'd got the representation right, it would have been okay. But the movie would still have a bunch of other problems, so I'd still give it like a 4 out of 10. At the moment, it's like a 1 out of 10.
it's like a 1 out of 10. If they cast an autistic actress, it would have been maybe a 2. It'd still be bad though. Yeah, if they sorted out the representation with all the other problems the movie has, I'd give it like a 4. No, it's not a good movie. And this, yeah, and it's not even ironically bad. So I wouldn't recommend to you guys to watch it in any capacity. Don't even pirate it. Don't. It's not worth it. Because as I said in my video, the cringe is just not worth it. It's just not. Oh, I cannot wait. Because now, once I finish this stream, I'm going to do the subtitles and change the thing, the timestamp in this video. And I'm going to start work. I'll do the subtitles and start work on the next video. Straight, I'm going to move on. I can't wait until I can just not think about this piece of shit movie anymore. I'm so done. So done with this. And I'm so done with YouTube's bullshit as well about my video. So if you guys don't know, basically I uploaded the review on Wednesday and it did amazingly well. And then after about 12 hours, YouTube decided to stop recommending it to people and took it out of search results for a completely BS reason. If you want more context, there's a link to an unlisted video in the description of this video. So I had to re-upload the video in order to get around that. And so I would advise you guys, I would ask you guys nicely to please rewatch it. Please like, comment, and share. Try and give it a boost after... It went from being my best performing video in over a year to now just being like, okay, because of what YouTube did. And it sucks massively for me. But thank you guys so much for your support on that video, on the rant video, on the re-upload, and also on this stream. Thank you guys so much. I know a lot of, it sounds insincere, but like, I want you to know from the bottom of my heart, I do really appreciate it, and it makes me feel so much better about the whole process. All of your supportive comments, all of the people who became patrons on Patreon after all this bullshit happened, all of the super chats. Thank you guys so much for all of that. I'll just read out the rest of the super chats before I finish the stream. And yeah, I want to say, so a few more things. If you want to follow what I'm doing and do for updates and stuff, follow me on Twitter and also join my public Discord server. There are links in the description down below, and I'm sure my lovely Discord mods can post some in the chat as well. And I hang out in there a fair bit, so if you want to hang out with me, that's where to do it. And if you want to support the channel and not give YouTube money, consider becoming a patron on Patreon. There's a link in the description down below. You get early access to uncensored versions of videos without ads or sponsorships, as well as a mention in the credits as well. And thank you to everybody that has already done that. So yeah, let's go through these last remaining super chats. I don't think there's that many. Oh, Lady Phoenix Grey, thank you. People like this treat other human beings as accessories to collect. They don't see them as human beings, just collectibles put on a shelf and show off to their friends for kudos. Yes, I agree. I agree with this. That's exactly what it does. Jessie Shodel again, thank you. How can she talk about empathy and compassion after making this movie? Well, exactly. Avery Bates, thank you very much for the sticky thing. Thank you very much. Catan and Canos again, thank you. Give yourself a break if needed. I want to. The problem is I've got more sponsorships to fulfill. And I do want to keep putting content out. I think I'll do the subtitles and sort that out, and then I might take a rest tonight and then get on with it tomorrow. But yeah, I've not got that much time to get the next one out. So it'll be a relatively shorter video. But yeah, I'll take breaks when I can. CJOJ, thank you very much. She says she has a thing for them. Fetishizing. Yeah, it's yeah, I think that is what it is. It's like, it's fetishizing autistic behavior, which is the opposite of demonizing it, but also not as good. And Scubinator98, love your content, man. I save my sanity by watching your video. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for all your comments in the chat. I have been looking at them all, even if I haven't been able to respond to them. I'm going to keep this up as an unlisted video on my main channel. I'll put it in the Q&As and live streams playlist. And I'm also going to upload it publicly to my second channel, Cynical Streams, which will be... There's a link to that in the description. And also, if you guys want to see me stream more often, I usually stream more often on Twitch. I try and stream every Sunday when I can. So I will be live tomorrow on Twitch unless I'm feeling like shit, and in which case I will say. There's a link to that in the description down below. It's twitch.tv/Cynical Reviews Official. So follow me there if you are interested in more of this kind of shit. I mostly play games, though. That's the thing. I mostly play bad games. At the moment, I'm doing a marathon of David Cage games, like Fahrenheit, Heavy Rain. I just finished Beyond Two Souls, and I'm going to move on to... what's it called again? Omnicron, the Nomad Soul is the next one I'm going to do. That was his first game. So yeah, tune in for that. If I'm too tired tomorrow, I will post a thing about it. Thank you guys, you are awesome. I love you all, and I'll see you guys in the next live stream or the next video. I'm trying to do, because the button to end the live stream is like over there, so I'm trying to look at the camera and do it at the same time. Cool. See you guys.